Hello and welcome to the Book of Plays. We're up to Book 17, The Death Lords of Ixia, in our Lone Wolf Wednesday series. The story so far. You are Grand Master Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Lords of Summerland and sole survivor of the massacre that wiped out the First Order of your elite warrior caste. It's the year MS 5077, 27 years since your brave kinsmen perished at the hands of the Dark Lords of Helgadad. These champions of evil, who were sent forth by Nar, the King of Darkness, to destroy the fertile world of Magnamund, have themselves since been destroyed. You vowed to avenge the murder of the Kai, and kept your pledge. For it was you who brought about their downfall, when you alone infiltrated their foul domain, the Darklands, and caused the destruction of their leader and the seat of his power that was the infernal city of Helgadad. Oh, we have some issues. What's going on here? Just a sec. No, that one still needs to be like that. But yeah, for some reason it chomped up a little bit of the sides. Anyway, in the wake of their destruction, chaos befell the Darkland armies, who until then had been poised to conquer all of Magnamund. Some factions, which were part of this huge army, most notably the barbaric Dracarim, began to fight with the others for control. This disorder quickly escalated into an all-out civil war, allowing the free land armies of Magnamund time in which to recover and launch a counter-offensive. Their commanders exploited the chaos skillfully and secured swift and total victory over an enemy far superior in numbers. For 7 years now, peace has reigned in Summerland. Under your direction, the once ruined monastery of the Kai has been thoroughly rebuilt and restored to its former glory. And the task of teaching a second order of Kai warriors the skills and proud traditions of your ancestors is also well established. The new generation of recruits, all of whom were born during the era of war against the Dark Lords, possess latent skills and show exceptional promise. These skills will be nurtured and honed to perfection during their time at the monastery so they may teach and inspire future generations, thereby ensuring the continued security of your homeland in future years. Your attainment of the rank of Kai Grand Master brought with it great rewards. Some, such as the restoration of the Kai, and undying gratitude of your fellow Summerlending, could have been anticipated. Yet there are also rewards that could not have been foreseen. The discovery that within you lay the potential to develop Kai disciplines beyond those of the Magna Kai, which until now had been thought to be the ultimate to which a Kai master could aspire, was truly a revelation. Your discovery has inspired you to set out upon a new and previously unknown path in search of the wisdom and power that no Kai Lord has before you ever possessed. In the name of your creator, the god Kai, and for the greater glory of Summerland and the goddess Tashir, you have vowed to reach the very pinnacle of Kai perfection, to attain all of the Kai Grand Master disciplines and become the first Kai Supreme Master. With diligence and determination, you set about to restore the Kai Monastery and train the Second Order recruits. Your efforts were rewarded within the space of 2 short years. The first raw recruits had graduated to become a cadre of gifted Kai Masters, who in turn were able to commence the teaching of their skills to subsequent intakes of novices. The Masters rose to their newfound responsibilities readily, leaving you free to devote more time to the pursuit of perfection of your Grand Master disciplines. During this period, you also received expert tutelage. Expert tutelage in the ways of magic from your 2 most trusted friends and advisors, Guildmaster Bane, leader of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, and Lord Ramoa, speaker for the High Council of Elder Mages. Desi. In the subterranean level of the monastery, 100 feet below the Tower of the Sun, you ordered the excavation and construction of a special vault. In this magnificent chamber, wrought of granite and gold, you placed the 7 law stones of Nixator, the gems of Kai power which you had discovered during your quest for the Magna Kai. It was here, bathed in the golden light of those radiant gems, that you spent countless hours in pursuit of perfection. Sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of your able advisors, Bane and Ramoa. You worked hard to develop your Grandmaster disciplines and grasp the fundamental secrets of left-handed and Old Kingdom magic. During this time, you noticed many remarkable changes taking place within your body. You became physically and mentally stronger. Your 5 primary senses sharpened beyond all that you had experienced before, and perhaps most remarkably, your body began to age at a much slower rate. 5 years elapsing in the world causes you to age but 1. At this time, many changes were occurring beyond the borders of Summerland. In the regions to the northeast of Magador and the Macken Gorge, the Elder Mages of Desi and the Herb Wardens of Bhutar were working together in an effort to restore the dusty volcanic wasteland to its former fertile state. It was the first tentative step towards the reclamation of all the Darklands. However, their progress was painfully slow, and both parties were resigned to the fact that their efforts to undo the damage caused by the Dark Lords would take centuries. Elsewhere, throughout northern Magnamond, peace reigns victorious, and the peoples of the Free Kingdom rejoice in the knowledge that the age of the Dark Lords has finally come to an end. Readily men have exchanged their swords for plowshares, and now the only marching they do is along the ruts of their freshly furrowed fields. Few are the watchful eyes scanning the distant horizon in fear of what might appear, though there are still those who maintain their vigilance, for the agents of Nar come in many guises, and there are those upon Magnamond who wait quietly in the shadows for the chance to do his evil bidding. Already your newfound skills have been tested against Nar's agents, and you have, on each occasion, acquitted yourself admirably. But your continuing victories against his minions have enraged the Dark God and inflamed his lust for vengeance. One sec, sorry. Earlier this year, you thwarted Nar's plans to revive Vashna, greatest of all the Dark Lords. Whose spirit was trapped deep within the fathomless reaches of the Macken Gorge, the Chasm of Doom. Vashna's spirit has remained there in uneasy entombment ever since the day, long ago, when he and his army were defeated in battle by King Ulnar I of Summerland. Your brave and courageous actions prevented Nar's agents from summoning to Magnamond a demoness named Shamath from the Plane of Darkness. The supernatural creature possessed the Death Staff, an artifact of great evil forged by Nar himself, which she could have used to resurrect Vashna and his army from the Macken Gorge. Your timely intervention destroyed the Shadow Gate through which she was traveling. Yeah, timely. We didn't fail at a puzzle and need to look up the answer. And by doing so, you imprisoned the demoness Shamath in the limbo which exists between your world and the Plane of Darkness. Confident in the belief that you have saved Magnamond from the demoness and the Death Staff, you returned triumphant to Summerland. Several months later, however, as the year was drawing to a close, Lord Ramoa came unexpectedly to the monastery, seeking an urgent audience. With growing dismay, you listened as he relayed the news. The Death Staff had reappeared on Magnamond, a threat to the peace of your fragile world, greater now than ever before. When you destroyed the Shadow Gate at the Macken Gorge, said Lord Ramoa, as the two of you discussed the matter in the secure privacy of your vault below the monastery, you banished Shamath to the void, hopefully for all eternity. Yet, alas, the weapon she possessed did not go with her. The accursed Death Staff has since returned to this world through another Shadow Gate, one that lies far to the west on the remote and icy peninsula that is called Ixia. Do you wish me to go to Ixia and find and destroy the Death Staff before another of Nar's agents can use it? Is this why you have come seeking my help, you reply? Expecting Romoa to affirm your assumption? Partly so, my lord, he says, holding you with his steel grey eyes. But I fear that it already has fallen into the hands of an enemy, and one that is deadlier than even the demoness Shamath. What do you know of the Death Lord of Ixia? You faintly remember having heard his name before, but are unable to recall any details. Lord Romoa, seeing you are unable to give an answer, obliged with an impromptu history lesson. The Death Lord of Ixia was once lieutenant to Agarash, the Damned, the most powerful of all of Nar's champions of evil, said Romoa, his head bowed as he paced the granite floor of your vault. During the age of eternal night, he conquered much of northern Magnamond, including the realm of Ixia, which was once a rich and fertile land. He destroyed the native Ixians, transforming them into a legion of undead servants under his command. Many centuries later, when my ancestors defeated Agarash during the Age of War, they magically imprisoned and weakened the Death Lord in a secret tomb within the dread city of Zargon. Maybe there's not an R. Zagon, near to the southern coast of Ixia. For thousands of years his tomb laid undisturbed, until the first of the Dracarim appeared in Magnamond. They entered Zagon and found the Death Lord's tomb, yet legend has it that none of them escaped Ixia alive. Perhaps they too now serve him. During the Age of the Black Moon, the Dark Lords conquered all of the territories surrounding Ixia, yet chose to avoid setting foot in the Death Lord's realm. Mindful of his origins, they feared that were he released from his sorceress prison, he would seek to dominate and destroy them. My lord, are you telling me that the Death Lord of Ixia is now free from his prison and in possession of the Death Staff? You ask, fearing Lord Romoa's reply. Yes, Grandmaster. I am afraid that this is exactly the situation that confronts us. Since the passing of the last moon, I and the others of the High Council of the Elder Mages of Desi have detected a great imbalance between the forces of good and evil in our holy world. By ill chance, or Nar's design, the Death Staff has fallen into the hands of Ixiataga. Once again, the Death Lord is free to indulge his unholy and insatiable appetite for living beings. Already we have heard reports from Lencian fishermen, which tell of the destruction of remote Dracarim settlements around the Gulf of Concord. And there are even claims of a death fleet having been sighted in the waters of the Shakoz Bight. Yes, Grandmaster, the Death Lord is free to roam and upon the face of Magnamond once more. I fear he will not stop until every living creature is enslaved to him in undeath. For hours, you and your advisors deliberated over what could be done to prevent this unspeakable disaster from befalling Magnamond. You considered a muster of the free land armies and immediate attack upon Ixia, but such a plan simply could not be executed. The peninsula is far too remote and desolate a territory to be reached by free land armies afoot, and with winter so far advanced, a shipborne invasion would be doomed to fail. Time was against you. The Death Lord had to be stopped as quickly as possible before he could unleash an army of undead upon Magnamond, an unkillable army that would grow larger with every battle it fought against the living. Only I can stop this, you say, voicing your thoughts. Yes, Grandmaster, only you, replies Romoa quietly. After a few moments of silence, he continues. In expectation of your decision, preparations have already been made for your journey. I trust this doesn't offend you. You smile your consent. Good. I shall call upon Guildmaster Bane. He knows of the Death Lord's rise and has offered his ship, the Skyrider, to hasten your journey westward. He will tell you more about Ixia and how you will be conveyed there. Godspeed. I pray to Kai and Ashir to watch over you on this fateful mission. Okay. What of the skills do we want? Advanced Animal Control. Anti-ambush/plant immunity. Spirit Walking. Magic Type 1, Alchemy. Which is Magic Type 2. I like the sound. Well, if we're going to a remote peninsula, I don't know that Animal Mastery is going to be useful. I suppose maybe there are polar bears and wolves? The way it was described to me, it sounded like it's going to be snowy. Hmm. Nah, I'll go with the one that gives us Levitate. Let's add Spear to our list of mastered weapons. Okay, I don't need Spyglass, or Pipe, or Blanket. I'll keep the Lantern, I'll keep the Rope and the Potion and the Meals. I don't think I'll need the Black Amulet or the Platinum Amulet. It's slightly silly that we have the Death Staff. Yes, the Death Staff that has fallen into the hands of the baddies. That's a bit of an oversight. Let's get rid of that. Scroll? Ah, no, we don't need that. Get rid of that. Okay, that looks good. Money, deposit what we can. Get rid of all these strange other kinds of monies. To only have normal gold pieces. Yes. We got a fair smack of money. We would like another healing potion. Rope. Meal. Meal. We're full. I suppose I could have a third quiver. What? But it's 8 of 12. Oh, and how'd I never notice that this does this before? Well, continuing then. The normal spiel about no matter how poorly you roll for attack skill and health, you should be able to win. Lord Ramoa removes a sphere of crystal from a pocket of his robe and holds it up to the lantern light. It is filled with a swirling grey mist. Softly he murmurs the words of an ancient spell, and the mists clear to reveal the anxious face of your friend, Guildmaster Bane. Ramoa speaks briefly to Bane's image, requesting that he come to the monastery at once. I will be with you within the hour, says the voice of Bane. Your friend is in Tehran, 60 miles to the north, yet he holds true to his word. In less than an hour he arrives at the monastery aboard Skyrider, his sleek flying ship. 2 excited young Kai aspirants bring word of his arrival to the vault, and you respond by making your way swiftly to the surface. Bane's Skyrider is hovering above the training park, the hum of its magical engine amplified by the surrounding walls and battlements. It is dusk on this wintry evening, and a shower of feathery snow is illuminated by the craft's lanterns. A rope ladder hangs from the bow rail to the frost-hardened earth. Go aboard, Grandmaster, urges Ramoa. Bane will advise you and provide you with what you'll be needing. I will stay here and pray for your safe return. You bid a hasty farewell to your mentor before climbing the dangling rope ladder with legendary speed and grace that sets you apart from lesser warriors. Bane is waiting as you haul yourself aboard. He greets you with a glad smile, yet his face cannot hide his deep concern for what may await you in Ixia. You wave a final farewell to Lord Ramoa and retreat to the warmth of Bane's cabin as the Skyrider glides over the monastery's southern wall and ascends to the leaden sky. Your friend Bane has already set a course for Vidira, the principal city of Lencia, a destination which is more than a full day's flight west of Summerland. Were it not the first stage of a longer voyage to Ixia, you would gladly welcome the chance to visit Vidira, for you have many friends there in the court of King Sarnak of Lencia. During the flight, Bane details the plans which have been made on your behalf. King Sarnak himself has promised his help. He will provide you with a boat and a pilot to sail you from Vidira to Asgad Island, a desolate Lencian outpost in the Tozaz Sea. On your arrival there, you will be transferred to a Lencian iceboat, a craft specifically built to withstand the power of the treacherous pack ice which clings to the Ixian shoreline at this time of year. The iceboat will land you on the coast of Ixia, and then it will wait at anchor for you to return upon the completion of your mission. How long will it wait? You ask apprehensively. If you do not return within 7 days, the pilot has orders to set sail without you. In Tozaz, the winter is cruel and terrible. No ordinary man could hope to survive there for longer than a week, no matter how strong his ship or plentiful their supplies. Which reminds me, if you were to survive your visit to the Death Lord Ixitarga's frigid realm, you'll be needing some special protection. I put the Platinum Amulet away, so boo hiss. If we are forced to restart, we know to bring the Platinum Amulet. Bane reaches within a small box. He blows away a film of dust and hands you the box and asks you to open it. Inside, you discover a small platinum disc. Take the amulet. It is a protection from evil. You may need to draw upon its power when you reach Ixia. You do as your friend requests, close the lid and hand him the empty wooden box. Record the platinum amulet on your special action or special item list. Ooh. Bane tosses the box back into a cluttered shelf and continues with his briefing. Having satisfied himself that you have adequate protection, he turns his attention to your weapons. It concerns me greatly that so little is known of Zagon, the Death Lord city. There is no way of knowing what unholy breed of creature awaits you there. It seems that you can be confident of only one thing. Whoever or whatever inhabits the dreadful place will surely be hostile to your presence. If you defeat the Death Lord of Ixia and his minions, you will need a weapon of exceptional power. A weapon capable of destroying that which is already dead. We have the Summer Sword. You need not fear, Bane, you reply, unsheathing the Sun Sword, for you know that I possess such a weapon already, the Summer Sword. He stares at the shimmering golden blade and calmly nods his head. Yes, the divine sword is ideally crafted for the task, but you must use it with discretion. Oh, not this kind of thing again. Unsheathed, the Summer Sword radiates a powerful aura of goodness, which, in the darkness of Ixia, would be like a blazing beacon. It could readily alert the Death Lord to your presence. We do have the super anti-detect us scarab. You show Bane your Corlinium scarab and tell him how you came by it. The seemingly plain belt and scabbard were given to you several years ago by Lord Ramoa, for a similar purpose, to conceal the power of the Summer Sword from the Dark Lords of Helgadad. I trust that it will serve you well in Ixia as well, says Bane, nodding his approval. It is the 13th hour. of the 13th day of the 13th month. Damn Smarch weather. Of your voyage, that the Skyrider's eagle-eyed lookout catches his first glimpse of Vidira. Word spreads quickly, and a hubbub of excitement grips the dwarven crew as the flying ship draws ever closer to the fortified walls and turrets of the great northern Lencian port. Skillfully, Bosun Nolram lands the Skyrider on the paved courtyard in front of the Vidira citadel, which has been cleared of crowds in expectation of your arrival. Awaiting you is a party of stern-faced Vidira officials who, with a minimum of fuss, escort you and Bane directly to the court of King Sarnak. We are honoured to welcome you once again to our city, Grand Master, says the silver-haired king. My only regret is the reason for your visit. I had hoped our meeting would be under less ominous circumstances. Formally, you acknowledge the king's greeting, then turn to face the elderly man standing beside the king's throne. You recognize him as soon as you entered the king's chamber. He is Lord Arden, an elder Magi of Desi, one of Lord Ramoa's countrymen. Well met, my lord, you say, and he returns your greetings with a smile. Sadly, his smile soon fades when he says, no doubt your able companion, Guildmaster Bane, has told you of the rise of the evil of Ixia. Dire news indeed, Grand Master, for this threatens our very existence, most especially the existence of our Lencian friends. If the Death Lord's power is allowed to grow unchecked, Lencia would be the first of the freeland states to suffer his wrath. I pledge to do all in my power to protect against such an outcome, my lord, you reply earnestly. We have every faith in you, Lone Wolf, says King Sarnak. We will help you accomplish your mission in whatever way possible. He signals to one of his silver-armoured bodyguards, and the soldiers leave the chamber. He returns shortly in the company of another man clad in a court uniform of the captain's guard. We have taken part of the battle and/or visited the City of Dark, so yes, please. You recognize the officer at once. It is your friend and former guide, Captain Prague. We meet again, Captain, you say, as you shake his hand gladly in friendship. Aye, Grand Master. It is an honor to serve you once more. King Sarnak dismisses his guardsmen before ushering you, Bane, Lord Arden, and Captain Prague into an adjoining antechamber. An oaken table commands the centre of his opulent room, upon which is spread a detailed map of northwest Magnamont. Ixia and the Hardlands. The Tozaz Sea with a stately whale. So there's lots and lots and lots of hills. There's a fair bit of mountains. There's some forest. Coniferous forest, specifically. They're conifers. And then wasteland. And finally Ixia, the evil city, and there's pack ice above. Sure. In response to Lord Arden's request, I've made provision for your journey to Ixia, says the king, as the five of you gather around the map table. As we speak, a man-of-war is standing by in Vidira harbour, awaiting order to set sail. Captain Prague will accompany you during the first part of your sea voyage to our outpost, which is here on Asgad Island. King Sarnak points to the map, indicating a remote island near to the Gulf of Conor. Near to the Gulf of Concor. The garrison on the island is commanded by Captain Lanza. Word has been sent of your coming, and his crew has made an ice boat ready to place at your disposal. They will transport you across the stormy Tozaz Sea and land you on the southern coast of Ixia. From there you will make your way afoot to the city of Zargon, where you will find the Death Lord and his accursed weapon, the Death Staff. You study the map and, with growing dismay, appreciate the difficult voyage which lies ahead. Very well, sire, you reply. I understand how I am to reach Ixia and in order to find and defeat the Death Lord. But can you tell me how I am to return once my mission is accomplished? Having heard your question, King Sarnak turns to Arden and says, perhaps you could do something to allay Grandmaster Lone Wolf's fears. Certainly, sire, he replies, turning to address you. As Guildmaster Bane has already told you, the coast of Ixia is a hellish place. The iceboat will not be able to anchor for more than 7 days. If you don't return within that time, he will be forced to go back to the island. Do not let this cause you undue concern. At present, there is a great imbalance between the forces of good and evil in our world, yet upon the instant that you defeat the Death Lord and destroy his staff of power, this balance will be resumed. I, like my kinsman, Lord Ramoa, will know that moment. If your quest takes longer than a week to accomplish, we will send a new iceboat once we have sensed that this has occurred. Whew. With your briefing concluded, King Sarnak ushers you into his court chamber. There you bid him, Lord Arden and Guildmaster Bane, farewell, and they in turn wish you good luck and Godspeed before Captain Prague escorts you to the harbour. It is snowing heavily, and few of Vidira's inhabitants notice as the two of you are welcomed aboard the May Castle, a square-rigged man-of-war which will carry you to Asgad Island. You leave Vidira within the hour and begin the long, cold voyage northwards. During the voyage, Captain Prague tells you about the raids which have destroyed several small Dracarim settlements along the Gulf of Concord and the coast of the Shakos Bight. On the 12th day of your 2-week sea journey, you catch a glimpse of one such settlement near the mouth of the river Lanag. All that remains is a wispy pall of smoke that hangs above the burnt-out hovels, darkening an already stormy sky. For most of the voyage, a host of seabirds have accompanied the May Castle, attracted by the scraps of food regularly thrown out of the ship's galley. But at dawn of the 13th day, as the ship enters the Gulf of Concord, the usual flock of shrieking gulls is nowhere to be seen. It is as if they are aware of the impending danger and have turned back, eager to stay out of harm's reach. Later in the day, a fierce squall arises from the east, which whips the iron-grey waters of the Gulf into a maelstrom. The crew fight desperately to control the ship, as the storm rages all day and all night, not abating until dawn the following day. As the wind gradually dies and the sea settles, the lookout is able to resume his post atop the mainmast. You see a few stone buildings and a fortified stone tower. "Land ahoy!" he cries, and all eyes scan the northern vista. There, perched on the wintry horizon, is a grey strip of barren, frost-covered rock. You magnify your vision and see, on the western side of the island, a few slate buildings clustered around a fortified stone tower. "That's Fort Asgad," says Captain Prague. "We've arrived at last." As the May Castle cuts through the icy waves towards the fort, a beacon flares to life, its guttering yellow flame marking the entrance to the outpost's slate-walled harbour. A Lencian flag is raised atop the watchtower, and the crew give a cheer. For them, this is a welcoming sight after 2 cold and difficult weeks at sea. The May Castle docks at the harbour, alongside the iron-bowed iceboat, which will take you to Ixia. The excited garrison have gathered to greet the crew. They have been looking forward to receiving fresh provisions and news from the homeland for several weeks. You disembark with Prague and are met on the quay by a bearded sergeant clad in a fur-trimmed leather tunic. He escorts you to the watchtower, where you are welcomed in person by Captain Lanza, the garrison commander. Lanza is a stocky, hard-nosed soldier whose leathery, frost-bitten face bears living testimony to the 5 years he has spent as commander of this bleak, god-forsaken outpost. His posting here had been his punishment for a drunken brawl in a Vadira tavern in which he had killed, albeit in self-defense, the brutish elder son of Halgar, the mayor of the city. At his court-martial he had been allowed to choose his fate: command of the notorious Adgad Island garrison or death by hanging. He readily admits that there are times when he felt that he may have made the wrong choice. Lanza's private quarters comprise a sparsely furnished chamber near the top of the watchtower. You warm yourself in front of an open grate and listen as he and Prague discuss your onwards passage to Ixia, aboard the garrison's iceboat. At length, Lanza voices his fears aloud about recent sightings at sea, strange craft which sail beneath the waves, and ships crewed by the living dead. As you listen to his chilling account, you look out through the chamber's slitted window at an icy mist which is creeping in from the north. It swirls knee-deep about the watchtower and harbour wall. We do have super hunt mastery, and we do have ultra high rank from having completed all the books. Drawing on your mastery, you focus on the encroaching mist and detect strange movements in the ultraviolet spectrum. You cannot discern exactly what is moving there, but you are certain of one thing: it is evil, and it is drawing ever closer to Fort Asgard. You warn Captain Lanza, and at first he doesn't believe you. He chuckles, saying that it is not uncommon for new arrivals to imagine that they have seen all manner of spectres in the sea mists which swirl about the fort. But then a loud discordant bell rings from above, and Lanza's face is transfixed with shock. "By gods," he splutters, "that's the alarm bell! We're under attack!" From out of the eerie mist there looms a high, proud ship, wrought of age-blackened timbers which glisten with frost and ice. It speeds into the harbour, and a morbid terror grips the heart of the Lencian garrison when they see that it is crewed by a cadaverous host of skeletal warriors. A ghastly wail rises from the invading ship, an unholy shriek that shatters the garrison's will to resist. As one, the shocked Lencians turn and flee from the quayside, dropping and discarding their supplies and weapons in their hurry to get away. "Ishia, preserve us!" cries Lanza, as he takes up his sword belt and hurries to the door. "My men are routing. I must rally them to defence before all is lost." Prague unsheaths his sword and rushes after Lanza. Outside the door, you see a circular stone staircase which leads to the roof, or down to the base of the watchtower. Lanza descends the stairs, but Prague does not follow. Instead, he begins to climb the steps to the roof. Prague is our guide, so I'll follow Prague. You race up the treacherously frosty steps which lead to the open watchtower roof. There you find Prague hurriedly loading a pantard, a heavy iron crossbow. I've never heard of this before. Pantard? And the first response is in Lone Wolf fandom. Weapon? Yeah, no, it seems like maybe it's a made-up word. Or actually, we could try definition. I'll give that a chance as well. No. A well-rounded retard. Oh, God. You race up the treacherously frosty step... No, we already did that. A crossbow mounted on the rotating platform. Once again, the freezing air is filled with cries of fear and chaos. Drawn by these frightful sounds, you run to the stone parapet and look down to see the great black ship come shuddering to a halt beside the harbour wall. Instantly, the horde of undead warriors leap onto the quayside and rush off in pursuit of the routing Lenciads. Their eyes burn with unnatural fire, and they howl like demons as mercilessly they hunt down their human prey. Prague has now loaded the Pantard, and he calls on you to act as gunner. You oblige by taking hold of the firing mechanism and swivel the weapon around in search of your first target. 2 spring to view. The mass of undead that are swarming ashore, and the glowing glassy sphere mounted on a plinth beside the ship's wheelhouse. Kill the crystal. Kill the crystal. You swivel the Pantard around and pull the firing lever. The heavy iron bolt screeches through the air towards the great glassy sphere. However, moments before impact, the target is blocked by a host of undead warriors that come surging from the wheelhouse. The bolt rips through their densely packed ranks, shattering more than a dozen skeletal bodies. But in so doing, it is deflected from its target. The sphere survives. Before Prague can reload, a shimmering metallic plate rises up from the decking and blocks the sphere from sight. It is no good. We will need more than a Pantard to repel this dark tide. Look there, Grandmaster, retorts Prague. He is pointing to the Lencian iceboat, and his face is blanched with shock. The invading undead have begun to swarm the vessel, and it is clear that from their actions that they intend to sink and destroy it. Stay here and cover me, you cry, as you turn and run for the stairs. They must be stopped. You hurry down the steps to the base of the watchtower and sprint along the slate-cobbled avenue, which leads directly to the harbour. As you run, you see Captain Lanza, with some of his garrison troops, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat against a maniacal horde of skeletal warriors. The fighting is blocking the road, which leads down to the quay, so you slip into an adjoining alley in hope of finding another route. You emerge from the alley and turn towards the harbour, only to find yourself confronted by a howling mass of fiery-eyed skeletons. You barely manage to unsheath your weapon in time to defend yourself from their crazed attack. Okay. Fine work, skeleton. Well, the skeletons aren't immune to psychic attacks, which seems weird, but whatever. So we'll enhance our attack even more. 230 damage. You were able to defeat your enemy without taking too much damage. Back to the book. And good day, Varmar. We've won combat. As you strike down the last of your skeletal foes, you hear Captain Lanza's stirring battle cry ring out above the noise of the fighting. Valencia and the House of Sarnak. Despite the odds, he and his men have beaten back the enemy and are now within a stone's throw of the quay. You rush to the end of the street and join them at a small flag-stoned square close to the harbour wall. Captain, we must save the iceboat. Indeed we must, he replies dourly, and orders a handful of his men to form a protective wall around you, and, the moment their shields lock together, you move with them towards the iceboat. 20 yards from the quayside, you break away from the wall and sprint towards the ship's gangplank. You are halfway along the plank when you find yourself confronted by a wedge of skeletal warriors, armed with crude axes and swords. You leap into their midst, striking them down with a blurring speed and a deadly accuracy. But as the last one falls, its corpse-like body severed at the waist, you hear a noise behind you, which makes you spin around in fearful expectation. Standing on the quayside, close to the gangplank, is a ghastly creature, exuding a cloying stench of death and decay. It towers over you by more than an arm's length, and its long, spindly limbs are covered with grey-white fur. From its skull face bulge 3 milky white eyes, set above a lipless maw edged with dozens of barbed fangs. In its claw-like hand, it clutches what appears to be a stalactite. It raises the icy rod, and a bolt of cold orange fire leaps from the tip and comes crackling towards your chest. We have the summer sword, so we can just tennis racket, boing the magic away. You grasp the hilt of the sun sword with both hands and turn the flat of its golden blade towards the onrushing bolt of energy. There is a loud crack, and you feel a numbing jolt run the length of your arms as the crackling bolt is deflected away. It hits the surface of the sea close to the harbour, and instantly the patch of briny water freezes over. The ghastly creature shrieks with fury and frustration. It comes lumbering down the gangplank, wielding its icy rod like a sword. Calmly, you raise the summer sword and steel yourself to receive its unnerving attack. If you wish to attack it before it gets off of the ship, or if you wish to wait until it steps aboard the ice... No, before it gets to the ship. We're meant to protect the ship. Attacking it, not letting it get on the ship, on our ship, sounds like a good idea in the sense of it shouldn't be able to hurt our ship as much. The creature sees that you are preparing to strike the gangplank, and quickly it retreats to the quayside. You deal the plank a mighty blow, splitting it in two, and both sections collapse and splash into the harbour, but the danger is not over. It turns its icy rod around and points the blunt end towards your head. There is a brilliant flash of light, and a guttering ball of flame comes speeding from the base of the rod towards your face. Your reflexes save you. You dive for cover behind a tool chest, and the fireball whistles over your head to explode into the decking. Howling with anger, it launches a second fireball, but this one is not aimed at you. It is targeted at the ice boat's waterline. The deck shudders and flames leap up all around, spreading with an unnatural speed. Within seconds, you are engulfed by roaring flames. Swing from the rigging or jump. Yeah, let's just jump. You leap over the gunwale, through a blinding wall of flames, and hit the sea feet first. The frigid water is shockingly cold, but your Magnikai skill of Nexus protects you from its numbing chills, and you're able to surface quickly. Burning chunks of timber and sailcloth rain down around you as you strike out towards a flight of stone steps that rise from the sea to the top of the quay. Your escape from the blazing ice boat has not gone unnoticed. Upon reaching the steps, you are met by a dozen skeletal warriors determined to slay you before you can haul yourself from the water. They're immune to basic psychic, but not advanced and ultra-advanced psychic. Because of being in the cold water, reduce your combat skill, that's fine. I will turn on Ultra Super Giga Psychic, and then we will... Why can't I do this? Okay, we'll just fight to the death normally then. They butter scratched us, which is surprising considering how close our combat ratio was. As the last skeleton warrior falls to our lightning swift blows, you drag yourself from the freezing water across the bony bodies of those that you have defeated and stumble up the steps to the top of the quay. You are met by Captain Lanza and his men, all of who are amazed that you are still alive. We have beaten this enemy. We've slain more than half their number, and the rest have their backs to the sea. Will you help us finish their job? Gladly, for Kai and Ashir, we will send them back to their unholy maker. Lanza orders his men to arm themselves with warhammers from a nearby hut. Normally, my men use these to break up harbour ice on the dead of winter, he says, as together you help to distribute the heavy two-handed hammers, but now they can be put to good use in smashing up the bones of our foes. Freshly equipped and fired by the taste of victory, Lanza and his men set about hammering the remnants of the attacking enemy. They drive them all the way back to the ship, shattering all those who dare stand in their way. Within the hour, the outpost is secured. The enemies have been destroyed. You survey the aftermath of the battle with mixed emotions. You feel elated at having helped Lanza to win. But the iceboat, which was to have conveyed you to Ixia, is now a burning wreck, lying at the bottom of the harbour. All that can be seen of it is a few feet of its mainmast protruding at an angle above the surface of the sea. As you stare at the blackened mainmast, you are joined by Captain Prarg. What in the name of Ashir can we do? That iceboat was the only vessel capable of transporting you to Ixia. Never fear. I've had an idea that could be just the answer to our problem, you reply. There's the answer, you say, pointing to the Ixian ship. But, he says, clearly taken aback by the suggestion, I'll grant you that it is a strange craft, but it looks well suited for passage through the icy waters, and it served the enemy's purpose well enough. I say it's time we put it to a better use. He gives a weak smile and follows hesitantly in your wake, as you leap aboard the deck of the Ixian ship. First, we best make sure it's empty, you say as you unsheath your weapon. Very well, which end do you wish to search? The bow or the stern? Stern. You advance slowly along the slippery foredeck towards steps which ascend to the raised stern of the alien vessel. Every inch of its coal-black timbers are decorated with strange and intricate carvings. Archaic symbols embellish the metal rails which encircle its gunwales. Drawing on your Grand Master discipline, you determine that the vessel was not constructed by human creatures who crewed it, but rather it is an ancient ship built and crafted by a race of mariners that have long since disappeared to the mists of time. Closer examination of the timbers reveal it to be more than 11,000 years old. You climb to the wheelhouse, which stands in the center of the stern deck, and discover there a large glassy sphere mounted upon an ornate base of glittering black stone. A low hum and faint greenish glow radiate from the sphere, which in turn is connected by silver tubes and strands of braided metal to the wheel which steers the craft. After careful study of the controls, you feel confident that you could sail the vessel. Prarg enters the wheelhouse and announces that, having thoroughly searched the bow and below deck areas, he assures you that it is empty. There is no hidden enemies lurking. Well, Grandmaster, this is a rum craft, make no mistake. Are you sure it can carry us to Ixia? Yes. In fact, I'm certain that it will be safer to sail in this ship than to attempt the crossing in any iceboat bearing the Lencian flag. Prarg looks out of the wheelhouse window at the sunken remains of the iceboat. I hope you are right. I sincerely hope that you are right. Yeah. You leave the Ixian ship and go in search of Captain Lanza. You find him with his men by the watchtower. They're building a bonfire from the rags and broken bones. A toothless sergeant empties a gallon of shark oil onto the heap, and a burning torch sets the whole thing ablaze. You stride over to Lanza and slap him heartily on the back. Well fought, Captain. You and your men have brought honor to Lencia this day. He greets your compliment with a somber face. Nay, 'Tis the enemy who won, the iceboat is sunk, and we cannot sail you to Ixia. We can use the enemy ship, you reply. It's perfect for the task. All I need of you are some provisions and a crew. His face brightens. He orders his men to prepare the Ixian ship, and within the hour, you are ready to set sail. May the gods watch over you, Grand Master, he says, as you bid him and Lanza farewell. Do not fear, I shall soon return. Pick a number from the random number table. Okay. You leave the harbour and set a northerly course towards Ixia. It is less than an hour past noon, and yet the winter night is already closed in. You share this icy darkness with a crew of 6 Lencian outposters, all of whom volunteered for the perilous mission. Lanza has ordered them to land you on the coast and wait at anchor for 7 days for you to return. They must wait no longer. The blackness is lit only by the throbbing green glow which radiates from the sphere. You stare at this mesmerizing light and are gripped by a feeling of unease. Your senses warn you that there is a lingering aura of evil aboard the ship. We do have deliverance? So that's healing, isn't it? And have reached the rank of Sun Thane. I.e. have played enough of the previous adventures. You draw on your newly achieved mastery of deliverance and feel yourself slip into the trance-like state which is necessary in order to perform a Kai exorcism. Soundlessly you mouth the words of the evocation and feel your goodly powers, like warm electrical current, flow out from your fingertips. Within seconds, the aura sweeps through the ship and engulfs the evil entity. You sense resistance, but it is short-lived. The evil succumbs to your exorcism and quickly vanishes. You get to full heal, which is nice. You hand over the wheel to one of the crew and settle down on the floor to sleep. A few hours later, you are woken by one of the crew. "We have a problem, my lord," he says, nervously rubbing the backs of his calloused hands. The darkness has given way to an eerie dawn which casts its watery light upon this problem. In the grey half-light you see thousands of icebergs. Whoa, stretching across the horizon as far as the eye can see. Your heart sinks. Navigating a course through this icy maze could well prove impossible. So, do we want to be the sighter or the steerer? I think the sighter. Quickly instruct the helmsman to listen for your directions. Then you leave the wheelhouse and make your way forward to the bow. The vast bulk of any iceberg lies hidden beneath the surface and, with the chilling thought in mind, you lean over the prow and keep careful watch on the waterline. The ship is strongly built, but a collision with a submerged ridge could easily rip its hull open. Guided by your telepathic directions, the helmsmen steer the vessel forwards. Through a passage overshadowed on either side by 2 monstrous mountains of ice. Pick a number from the random number table if you have Hunt Mastery, add 3. Sorry. If you possess Hunt Mastery, add 3. We roll really, really high. You pilot the ship cautiously through a string of narrow fjords which cuts an uncertain route through the treacherous field of icebergs. Can we see where we are on the map? We've extended off the map. Up, 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 up. That was presumably the island. And now we're off the island on the boat a bit, sure. It is a grueling ordeal. It is a grueling ordeal which takes its toll on all aboard. Every few minutes your vision is obscured by gusts of powder snow, swirling across the prow. Blow down from the tops of the surrounding ice cliffs. During these fierce blasts, you often lose sight of the way ahead and are forced to rely solely on your instinct. As the wind howls intensely, accompanied by the tortured screech of the hull as it skims and grazes the vast banks of submerged ice, a sound which sends shivers of dread coursing down your spine. The crew are also clearly terrified by the noises. They cower beside the ship's rail and stare up at the encroaching walls of ice, mouthing prayers to Ishir, their eyes haunted with fear. Then, almost without warning, the snow-laden wind abates, and the ship emerges from the iceberg field into the open waters of the Tozaz Sea. The crew gives a hearty cheer, relieved that their icy ordeal has come to an end at last. One man pulls the cork from a bottle of black rum, which he has been keeping for such a special occasion. He takes a mighty swig and then passes it to you. Just as you are raising your bottle, the bottle to your lips, unexpectedly you hear the crew shout, "Ship ahoy!" Fear returns to tie a knot in your stomach as you focus your eagle eyes upon this distant vessel. It's a shark-shaped vessel? From its size and shape as it moves towards you... For its shape and size, it moves forwards towards your ship at an unnatural speed. You call the crew to arms, fearing that it may be an enemy vessel closing to attack. And you sense a shudder run through them, when, for the first time, they are able to clearly discern its alien design. You focus your Kai senses upon the oncoming craft and realize its purpose. It is an Ixian vessel come to rendezvous with your ship, believing it still to be manned by the undead horde, which was sent to attack Fort Asgard. "Stand firm," you shout, attempting to rally the nervous Lencians as the craft speeds nearer. When less than 100 yards distant, its great prow begins to creak open. It is as if you are looking into the ghastly maw of a hungry sea predator. The fearful sight alarms the Lencian crew, and they flee towards the bow of the ship in panic. "Save us! Ishir, save us! It's going to eat us!" The great alien vessel looms towards your ship, its jaw-like prow hinged open as if in readiness to bite you in half. And then, with stunning swiftness, the entire craft is consumed by the onrushing vessel, swallowed up in its great jaws. There is a moment of deadly silence. Then, in the morbid greenish gloom, you hear a bubbling rush of icy water echoing through the vast depths of its gullet. With fearful anticipation, you unsheath your weapon and move towards the ship's rail and look down. The surrounding seawater is draining away, leaving your ship dry-docked upon a long V-shaped plinth which glistens like polished bone. The bubbling subsides to be replaced by another noise, the sound of a great portal grinding open. Bright light streams across the deck, blazing down from an archway which is opening close to the starboard bow. Silhouetted in the light are 100 moving forms, each man-sized and armed with a sword or spear. A ghastly howl of anger arises from their ranks when they see, unexpectedly, that the ship is crewed by the living. As the first of their number leap from the arch and crash upon the deck, you recognize their form. These creatures were Dracarim warriors, now undead slaves in the service of the Ixian Deathlord. You shout to the Lencians to prepare for battle, as the first wave of the undead Dracarim surges forward. Stand and fight. We are no coward, we will stand and fight. As the first line of screeching Dracarim hurl themselves forwards, You advance to meet their attack, your weapon dealing them destruction in a wide arc. Resistance meets your weapon's keen edge, though it is not the touch of armor or flesh. Your powerful blows shear through Dracarim bodies with a sickening feel of clinging jelly. It is as if you are fighting against a horde of bloodless phantoms possessed of a rubbery strength in their rotten, wasting limbs. The first line falls, but a second is poised, ready to throw itself upon you with a mindless fury. The dead Marines. We will use Ultra Super Giga Psychic. Barely a scratch. We kill them quickly enough. The moment you slay the second wave of undead, a third wave presses forwards. They clamber awkwardly over the heaped bodies of those you have already dispatched. Their bony hands brandishing rusty blades and their eyes burning with a cold, devilish fire. Seizing your only chance, you retreat from the onrushing horde and evade them by descending a stair which leads down into the ship's hold. Oh yes, trap ourselves in the ship. Foolish, foolish fool. Above, you can hear the frenzied shout of the Lencian crewmen as they are engaged by the undead Dracarim in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Then, the clatter of steel-shod boots on the steps alerts you to the fact that the Dracarim have not given up the chase. As they begin to descend, you quickly scan the gloomy hold. We do have advanced hiding. Aided by your mastery of hiding, you crouch down amongst the foul-smelling debris which litter the floor. A dozen undead warriors enter by the stairs and begin a systematic search, but your camouflage skills make you virtually invisible, even to their psychic probes. The grim-faced undead conduct a thorough search, passing many times within inches of where you are hiding, yet they fail to find you. Your Kai mastery of assimilance keeps you safe from detection. As you patiently wait for them to leave, your thoughts turn to the Lencian crew members. The sounds of fighting on the deck have long since ceased, and you are fearful that the crew has been slain by the merciless enemies. No, let's stay still. For 5 hours you stay in hiding, listening to the noises that echo through distant parts of the vessel that has swallowed your ship. During this period you must eat or suffer health point damage. Sure. Gradually you become aware of this mysterious craft, and that it is slowing down as if in preparation to dock. Anxious to escape, and doubly anxious to discover the fate of the crew, you leave your hiding place and climb the stairs to the deck above. You climb the stairs and peer over the lip of the hatch, just in time to witness a scene that shocks you to the core. You see that the undead Dracarim warriors have slain the Lencian crew and have heaped their bodies around the base of the mainmast. One of the undead, clad in a filthy grey cloak embroidered with alien symbols, utters a chilling liturgy over the corpses of the slain. You sense something is very wrong. The chill air crackles with power and sparks of evil energy whirl around their bodies. When at last the liturgy ends, you see to your horror the slain Lencians rise up and take their places alongside the Dracarim undead. Revolted and angered by what you have witnessed, you vow to avenge the souls of the crew and draw your weapon in readiness to attack the host of the Dracarim undead. But before you can attack, you feel a shudder run through the deck. The great vessel which has swallowed your ship is lurching to a halt. There is a dull boom, and then several portals open in the surrounding walls, as the host vessel spilling beams of white light across the deck of your captive ship. Sorry, that sounds a bit weird, that sentence, but whatever. Scores of Drakrim undead emerge from the portals and descend upon your ship like a host of hungry ghouls. You are forced to abandon your plan for vengeance. There are far too many of the enemy. Yet all is not lost. In the milling confusion, you seize an opportunity to get away from the ship and escape into one of the light-filled portals. The portal opens out into a domed chamber, where several great orbs of fire-filled crystal mounted on mechanical plinths generate the intense light which is flooding the deck of the captive ship. You cross to a tunnel which leads out of the chamber and follow along a series of dingy, ice-caked corridors that wend their way deeper into the bowels of the vast alien ship. You explore a maze of empty holds where the walls are braced with beaming crystal girders, and pass through countless low-ceilinged chambers that, despite the biting chill, the reek of... despite the biting chill, reek of death and decay. So, despite the fact that it is cold, smells still exist. At length, you come to a junction where the corridor splits in two directions. Left or right, which will we take? For either way our heart will break and bravest heart will carry on. We'll go left. The corridor gradually ascends to a high gallery, which overlooks a chamber 2 stories deep. A dozen undead slaves, clad in silver robes, are busy attending to a vast machine, constructed of quartz-like crystal and black metal. Through holes in its side, they probe and manipulate long glassy rods that reach within the machine's core. From these holes, there radiates a brilliant, ghastly light. We do have Hunt Mastery, and we are a sufficient rank. Using your mastery, you're able to see patterns in the ultraviolet spectrum of light. You recognize the light pouring in from the holes inside of this diabolical mechanism as very similar to those which normally radiate from the sun. But it is extremely intense. A tingle of fear runs along your spine the moment you realize that the ghostly rays, are a deadly threat to any living creature. Fearing detection by the undead attendants, you hurry from this high gallery by means of a sloping tunnel that descends to an empty hallway. All along the left wall of the narrow passage are glassy portholes caked with ice and grime. Vigorously, you scrape the encrusted filth from one of these circular windows and peer through it. Your curiosity is rewarded by a stunning sight. Outside of the vessel is a vast subterranean lake filled, or inside a titanic cavern of ice. Several ice boats, similar to the one on which you set sail from Fort Asgad, are moored along a line at the lake's edge. Scores of undead warriors attend to these ships, and many more are seen marching the frosty walkways which go all around the lake's shoreline. Quickly you realize the ships are part of a great invasion fleet, constructed by the slaves of the Death Lord, Saga. They can only have been built for one purpose: to carry the armies of undead warriors to the lands of the living. I mean, can't they just walk underwater? I suppose walking underwater might do nasty things to any armor that they were wearing. but still. Ramoa and Arden were correct. The Death Lord does intend to wage bloody war upon Magnamont, yet even their gloomiest predictions failed to estimate just how advanced his plans were. Shocked by the revelation of your discovery, you reaffirm your vow to thwart the Death Lord's monstrous scheme. You move away from the porthole and hurry towards the hallway in search of a way out of this alien submarine. At the end of the hallway, you arrive at a flight of metal stairs, which ascend to a heavy, bronze-banded door. The sealed door appears to be a recent addition to the vessel, secured by a curious combination lock, which you recognize to be Drakrim in design. The lock comprises 3 raised blocks, each divided into 4 equal squares. In each square, except one, there is a number. You've encountered this kind of lock before, and you know that by tapping the empty square the correct number of times, you will cause the lock to disengage and the door to open. Consider the grid of numbers. When you think you have determined the missing number, try it. 2, 4, 7, 9, 3, 5... 3, 5, 9, 11... 11... sorry, 7, 6, 11 something. If that was an 8, then it would be increasing by 2 every time, but it's not. This appears to be increasing by 2, though. 7 to 9 is 2, 9 to 11 is 2, so 13 would make sense. Yeah, 13 makes sense in another way. Here to here, the difference is 5. Here to here, the difference is 6, and then here to here, a difference of 7 would also make this 13. So both horizontally and vertically, 13 makes sense. No! This is not the correct answer. Fearful that you would be discovered at any moment, you bring your face closer to the door and make a detailed examination of the combination lock. On the surface, it appears to be straightforward, but your skills alert you to the fact that it is protected by sorcery. Failure to tap the correct number more than once will activate an alarm. Well, we have Magic Type 2. You bring to mind the words of the Brotherhood spell Counterspell and focus on the lock as you quietly recite them under your breath. For a few moments, the air crackles with static electricity, and then you feel a calm descend. The sorcerous spell which once protected the door has suddenly evaporated. Confident that it is safe to proceed, you unsheath your weapon and use its tip to prise open 3 lock plates, revealing their internal mechanisms. With the lock exposed, you set upon the now simple task of opening the door. With a dull thunk, the lock disengages, and the heavy portal creaks ajar. Immediately, you are greeted by a blast of frozen air as you push open the door and step out onto a viewing platform fixed to the outer metallic skin of the huge alien submarine. Away to your right, you can see a line of ice boats at anchor at the lake's edge, and to your left, you notice a column of skeletal warriors. These are being led by a black-robed Kabbalah? What the hell is a Kabbalah? Yeah, I'd heard about the Jewish one. But apparently this is a different thing. Marching in mechanical fashion alongside the jetty towards the mouth of a tunnel, which leads out of the vast iced cavern. Your keen Kai senses tell you that you have arrived in Ixia, and that the distant tunnel leads to the surface. You commit the position of the ice boats to memory. If your mission is successful, you may need some means by which to escape from Ixia. Then, you carefully observe the area immediately surrounding the submarine and notice that there are only 2 ways by which you can reach the distant tunnel. By the adjacent jetty or by entering the icy waters of the lake and swimming. How about we abuse the fact that we have ultra super giga ice immunity? You descend from the submarine's viewing platform and slip unseen into the frigid lake. Thanks to the platinum amulet, which helps protect your body from the ill effects of the devastatingly cold water. Rather than risk being seen by the patrolling group, you gulp a lungful of air, dive below the surface, and strike out for the distant shoreline. We do have magic basic. During your underwater swim, your higher Kai rank and mastery enables you to use the Brotherhood spell, Breathe Water. This magical spell allows you to absorb oxygen from the seawater directly into your bloodstream through the pores of your skin, negating the need to surface repeatedly for air. In just a few minutes, you reach the distant shoreline and break through the surface alongside a shallow stone causeway. Atop the causeway is a track, a spur of which branches off towards the tunnel entrance. With only your head visible above the lake, you cling to this causeway stone and wait patiently for a nearby patrol to march past. As soon as the patrol is a safe distance away, you haul yourself out of the water and run to the cover of some boulders which lie embedded in the icy shore of the lake. Here you discover to your dismay that during your swim, you've lost 2 items from your backpack. Oh no! It looks like we lost a meal, and I think another meal. From your hiding place among the boulders, you watch the activities of the loathsome undead. The causeway and jetty are teeming with cadaverous soldiers who, under the direction of several spindly, black-clad creatures, are busily transferring materials to and from the ice boats and the open mouth of the submarine. The tunnel entrance lies only 200 yards away, yet reaching it without being detected by the enemy looks to be a near impossible task. You are trying to formulate a plan of action when suddenly you notice a means by which you can achieve your goal. The track, which branches away from the causeway and leads to a tunnel entrance, passes close beside your hiding place. Every so often a wagon loaded with equipment trundles along the track towards the jetty, and an empty one trundles back. When the next empty wagon appears, you get ready to abandon your hiding place and leap into its open tailgate. Patiently, you observe your chosen wagon. It is being hauled by a shaggy grey-furred beast of burden, which is harnessed by heavy leather straps. As it trundles past the boulders, you break cover, leap aboard the tail? And hide yourself from sight beneath a greasy, foul-smelling tarpaulin. Through a crack in its ancient wooden planks, you watch with trepidation as the wagon moves slowly towards the tunnel entrance. It enters the tunnel, unchallenged by skeletal warriors who stand guard there, and ascends a gentle gradient to another ice-walled cavern. Several passages connect at this point from all directions, like the spokes of a giant wheel, converging at the hub. An undead Dracarim soldier steps forward, takes hold of the shaggy beast's harness, and leads the wagon towards a stockpile of metallic containers. Clearly, he intends to load into the wagon for transportation back to the submarine some of these containers. Fearing discovery, you leap from the rear of the moving wagon and hide yourself among a stack of empty wooden crates. From here, you observe two possible ways by which you could leave the busy cavern: by an unguarded staircase or through an opened archway. I don't know. We were told to go up to the surface, so staircase sounds nice. At the first opportunity, you sprint away from the wooden crates and descend the staircase. I wanted to go up. Oh, boo. To a closed door. It is a sturdy portal carved from solid rock and banded with strips of bronze. You test it with the toe of your boot, and to your surprise, it swings open with barely a sound. Beyond the door lies a rough-hewn chamber lined with racks of ancient crystal spears and swords. Despite the millennia which have passed since they were crafted by armourers during the Age of Eternal Night, they still hold a keen edge and gleam like new. I do not possess spirit walking, so onwards. You take up one of the crystal swords and examine it. It is a fine blade, but one that was not crafted for use of human hand. You replace it in the rack before leaving the chamber and climbing the stairs to the ice cavern. Here you wait in the shadows for a chance to escape by the only other exit, the open archway. Which this time you don't need the other skill to do, weirdly. Drawing on your Magna Chi skills of camouflage and psychic defense to shield your body and mind, you leave your hiding place and hurry through the open archway. Several hundred yards beyond, you come to a wide stone staircase which ascends to a landing, positioned high above the underground lake and ice cavern. As you climb the steps, the sub-zero temperature plummets even further, making you shiver involuntarily. Despite the combined protection of your Platinum Amulet and your Magnus Chi skills. At length, you reach the landing to be greeted by the sight of two undead Ixian warriors standing guard at the mouth of the cave. Instinctively, you step into the shadows to avoid being seen. But the Ixians show no reaction. It is as if they were both being cast in stone. Beyond the open cave mouth, you see a bleak and desolate wasteland of rock and ice. A blizzard is raging, whipped up by a fierce electrical storm that blazes above a distant mountain range. The jagged peaks are illuminated by the flashes of the storm's ghostly blue-white fire. Your Kai senses tell you that evil sorcery animates and controls the guards, is temporarily dormant. The skeletons pose no threat to your safety. However, the same cannot be said of the undead Dracarim warriors, who at this moment are marching up the stairs behind you. Reluctantly, you leave the cave mouth and set off into the raging blizzard in search of the city of Zagon. For an hour, you trek through the swirling white oblivion of the blizzard, trusting solely to your keen survival instincts to keep you safe from rockfalls and hidden crevasses. Despite your skills, it proves difficult and a treacherous journey. Take 3 damage. Gradually, the storm lifts its heavy yoke. Although snow continues to fall, the wind loses its angry intensity. And for the first time since you left the cave mouth, you are able to see more than a mile distant. As you crest an icy ridge, you stop to get your bearings. You look to the south and see the brooding grey-black waters of the Tozaz Sea lapping at the ice-locked Ixian coastline. To the north and west you are surrounded by unfriendly mountains, and to the east Directly ahead is a path which cuts between two vicious, sharp peaks. Beyond the pass, you catch your first tantalizing glimpse of Zagon, the city of the Death Lord. You establish that you are less than 3 miles from the crystal walls and the monstrous towers of Zagon. You resolve to try and reach the city before the storm resumes, but as you enter the pass, the blizzard returns with malicious vigor. Finding it impossible to continue, you stop and use your Kai skills in order to seek sanctuary from the raging storm. In the narrow pass, you detect only 2 possibilities for shelter. A cave on the north side and a circle of fallen rocks a few hundred yards away to the south. Why not? Why not the cave that probably has a monster in it? You lower your head and tug your cloak closer to your shoulders as you climb stoically towards the distant cave. You're within a few dozen yards of its entrance when suddenly a crackling arc of lightning streaks down and hits you between the shoulder blades. The impact burns a hole clean through your backpack and hurls you face down. The impact burns a hole clean through your backpack and hurls you face first into the snow and ice. We have Hunt Mastery and we have reached a high enough rank. The lightning strike. Ooh. Is it time for a cookie? It's probably about time for a cookie. The lightning strike leaves you dazed and shaken, yet you have survived it without lasting injury. Your improved Kai Mastery enables your body to withstand the massive jolt electricity and discharge it harmlessly to the ground. You stagger to your feet and unsling your smouldering backpack. Quit destroying items in my backpack this game. After smothering with snow the parts which have been scorched by lightning, you unbuckle the flap and discover 2 more items have been destroyed. At least it's not stealing my special items, it's only stealing normal items. Thankfully, you have survived the strike unharmed. You shoulder the backpack and hurry the remaining few yards towards the welcoming shelter of the cave. Discard 2 objects. Goodbye, rope, and... Come on. How am I meant to pick them? Oh, I wasn't noticing the little boxes at the side here. So meal and meal. No, we'll go meal and rope. And I'm going to step away for a sec to go grab a cookie. Alright. Boop! You hurry the remaining few yards towards the welcoming shelter of the cave. The instant you set foot inside the cave entrance, you hear a noise which makes you freeze in your tracks. A ghastly, half-gibbering, half-growling sound, I did say it sounded like it was going to be a monster cave, issues from the dark recesses of the cave, a warning from a creature that dwells there that you are not a welcome visitor. You scan the inky darkness and see a glint of yellow eyes as they emerge from a fold in the rock wall. Slowly the eyes advance. You use your ability to see in the infrared spectrum in order to discern the outline of a shadowy creature, but to no avail. You detect no heat patterns. The reason for this is simple. The creature gives off no heat because it is already dead. Dun dun dun! No, fight it. I'm not running away from it. As the evil yellow eyes of the creature slowly draw closer, you are engulfed by a fetid corpse-like stench, which makes you retch and recoil. We have the summer sword. As your hand closes around the hilt of the blade, you suddenly recall Bane's words of warning. Use the summer sword with discretion. In the darkness of Ixia, its power will be like a blazing beacon, and it could readily alert the Death Lord to your presence. For a moment you hesitate in drawing the sun sword. But the cave creature is now almost upon you. You must act immediately if you are to defend yourself. Use another weapon. You remove your hand from the summer sword and draw another weapon, just in time to fend off the creature's initial attack. A flash of lightning briefly illuminates the cave, and for a time you can see the mysterious beast. The sight is a chilling one to behold. Its mouth, a mass of twisted fangs, and from its huge bear-like body, there writhes a score of slimy tentacles, each tipped with a venomous claw. Its reptilian head is domed, and from its centre there protrudes a twisted horn, longer than a broadsword. The creature retreats a few paces and howls with anger as it prepares to make its second attack. So we are not allowed to be using the summer sword for this fight. We'll go with the dagger of Vashna as our backup weapon. And a normal sword, sure. We will use both kinds of psychic bonus. And we insta-kill it. We've won the fight. Upon the instant you strike your fatal blow, the creature emits a piercing shriek and crumples to the floor of the cave. The stench of its rotting body makes you feel nauseous, but at least it is blocking the icy wind which whips through the cave mouth. After satisfying yourself that it was the only one of its kind in the cave, you settle down in a corner and take a well-deserved rest. Restore 3 health. Several hours pass before the blizzard dies down sufficiently for you to be able to leave the cave and continue your journey towards Zagon. You reach the end of the pass where, for the first time, you get a clear view of the Death Lord's dread city. Once, millennia ago, this city had been the home of a brilliant civilization. Today, the stately crystal palaces and temples of Zagon are occupied by the Lord and the host of his evil dead. Onwards you trek, through knee-deep snow and jagged ice, towards the towering walls of Zagon. The city is dominated by a spire of crystal which stabs the stormy sky, drawing lightning from the black clouds which swirl around its tip. From this needle-sharp point there radiates a crimson glow which sweeps the surrounding landscape. It's like a hellish lighthouse, casting baleful crimson beams across the dead sea of ice. Gradually, as you come within the shadows of Zagon's outer wall, you see 2 places where you could gain entry to the city beyond. The first is near to the coast, through a breach in the wall in the south. The second through the city's shattered west gate. Neither appears to be guarded. I think the south wall. Leaning at a slant to make headway with the blizzard, you trek determinedly through deep snow that is heaped in drifts round the breached city wall. As you pass through the gap, you catch brief glimpses of ruined buildings through the sleeting gale. You also become aware of a noise, a low hum that is reverberating beneath the howl of the wind. You stop and listen, and at once you determine that this strange noise is coming from the crystal spire. Wearily, you press on through the awesome ruins of this age-old city, where once a proud and mighty race reigned supreme, until you are forced to halt and take cover from a passing troop of skeletal warriors. You watch them march swiftly along an ice-choked adventure towards a plaza which is dominated by a frozen fountain. Beyond the fountain's solid plume of water, you see a broad ramp that ascends to a grand archway at the base of the crystal spire. I do have Hunt Mastery, and I have done enough previous books. As you stare upwards at the monstrous spire, you detect waves of pure evil radiating from its ice-sheathed surfaces. They seem to wax and wane in time with the crimson light pulsing from its tip. Your improved mastery also detects high concentrations of light in the ultraviolet spectrum. So strong is this light that it physically sickens you, yet you find it hard to look away. You're both fascinated and repulsed by it. It's like the painting of Kramer. How does that quote go? He is a loathsome, offensive brute. Yet I cannot look away. He sickens me. I love it. Suddenly you realize what it is you are seeing and feeling. The evil power of the Death Lord of Ixitaga himself. He is present here, somewhere inside the Dread Spire. We do have advanced mental barrier, so we only take 2 damage from his psychic attack. Your fascination with the power of the Crystal Spire distracted you from a more imminent danger. From a narrow passage to your left appears 3 creatures draped in mouldering black robes. They see you and give vent to a chorus of high-pitched shrieks of alarm. You spin on your heel to face them, fearful that their hideous cries will bring all of Zagon down upon your head. Bow them. You unshoulder your bow and let fly an arrow at the nearest robed creature. The shaft arcs through the snowy sky and hits its target, but to your dismay passes clean through and splinters harmlessly against a wall. The target creature utters a sound that resembles a mocking laugh. From a pocket in its tattered robe, it draws a silvery rod and levels it at your head, while its ghoulish companions circle around in an attempt to get behind you. Reflexively, you dive for cover, avoiding certain decapitation, as a searing bolt of energy surges from the tip of the rod, passes within inches of your back before impacting against a pillar of crystal. The resultant explosion peppering you with splinters. Take 2 more hit points of damage. You scramble to your feet and run, but your escape is thwarted by the creature's companions. They block your path, and you are forced to take them on in desperate hand-to-hand combat. 3 ghosty things. Fight to the death. Go. No! We lose! They insta-killed us. Rip. Well, again. That was very typically Australian. What? Alarum. I like alarum. Which did we like here? We liked alchemy. Oh, no! No! We liked spear. I think that was partially my fault for not equipping the summer sword again. Meal. Meal. Pipe. Spyglass. Very good. Now we get rid of that because it's embarrassing to the story that we have it. We get rid of that one. We get rid of this one, but we keep this one. Money, we deposit all of the shitty types of money that we've been carrying around that we've never needed again. There. It's telling me please leave behind another special object, but I'm going to say no to that. Okay, we want meal, meal, potion of healing, rope. Okay, same thing. The guy appears. He tells us to head out and get dealing with the Death Staff. He tries to give us an amulet, but we say we've already been given one. We have the Summer Sword. We have the Scarabard that stops the Summer Sword getting... This might actually be a way of getting another Scabbard now that I think of it. So maybe if we're forced to start again, what I'll do is I'll put away all my special items and see if he gives us a... Well, maybe not the Summer Sword itself. And see if he gives us a second copy of the Scabbard for the sword. So this is all the same. Yes, we know that guy. We proceed towards the island. We arrive at the island. This time, we will warn them about the thing again. He doesn't believe us. This time, rather than going up to the top, we will go straight down the bottom. No, I picked the wrong one. I said I was going to go straight to the bottom and I clicked the wrong one. Okay, what if we shoot the undead then? That leads to the same outcome. We fight these guys. We are allowed to use the Summer Sword again. No, go back to this. Yes, use Psychic and go. We fight them, we deflect it with the Summer Sword. Last time we jumped... No, we did the gangplank. So this time we'll let it come aboard. We'll fight it. Okay, we win. Sure. Examine its remains. Why not? A special item. A green gem. We have no idea what it's going to do, but we have it now. Instead of the... If you went the other way, where we cut the gangplank, then the big monster cast Fireball at us. In this case, instead, a horde of the skeletons fire arrow at us and cause the ship to burn that way. Last time we jumped into the water. We'll try going into the rigging. Oh, and I need to update my death counter as well, because we died. You climb the rigging, blah, blah, blah. You cut free a guide rope and use it to swing clear of the burning ship. You immediately land on the quayside. Pick a number from the table. Our number was shit. You mistimed the leap, and you land in the sea anyway. Lose 3 health. So we try to George of our jungle our way across and fail. Have to fight the skeletons on the way up. I will use bonus attack. Good. We win. So this is now the same. Last time we did the stern, so we'll do the bow. You open the hatch to the bow, and you find all of these things. A stone bowl, a crystal tiara, and a coiled oiled rope. I mean, the blanket's not really any use. I don't know what a crystal tiara is going to do for us, but I'll get rid of 1 meal for the oiled rope, and 1 meal for the stone bowl. A coil of rope that has been oiled to prevent too much hand friction. Okay. So, no real difference. We can once again exercise the ship. Last time we were the sighter. What happens if we steer? We roll really badly. We get smacked around. The crew have been terrified by your poor steering. They pray silently to the goddess. We get the shark thing again. So last time we fought them, I think? What happens if we run away? I can use super hiding. We hide. Last time I think we stayed hidden. What if we follow them? Okay, we get the same thing but without the picture of them raising the dead. I can eat a food. We have food. So last time we went left, we'll go right. Undead slaves, clad in armor and mouldering robes, are toiling amidst green fires and swirling noxious fumes. Banks of dials and levers protrude from the chamber walls, indicating that it is from here that the alien vessel is being controlled. Okay, and it leads to the same thing. It leads to the window where you see everything happening. Now, last time our answer was 13, under the logic that we said 7 to 9, the difference is 2. 9 to 11, the difference is 2. 11, the difference is 2 to 13. Similarly, 4 to 9, the difference is 5. 5 to 11, the difference is 6. And then here to here, a difference of 7 would make it 13. So it's 13 by a vertical difference of 2 and 13 by horizontal difference of increasing numbers by 1. But maybe we're meant to use the diagonal instead. So the difference between 2 and 9 is 11. And so 3 and 11 would be 14? 14 could be the correct answer. Like, it could be this plus this equals this, then this plus this equals this. Or we could say that this is 11, whereas this one is 14 in total. 11 to 14 is a difference of 3. So maybe this is meant to add up to 17, and the answer is 10. Yes. This is the correct answer to the riddle. Proceed with your quest. The only reason I went with that is in the previous book where we destroyed the Death Star. It was about adding them up to be equal to other ones instead of more sensible differences like the pattern. Instead of being look at each one and see a pattern in each one and how it changes between them, it was combine them together to get numbers and compare those against each other. And yeah, we died to the previous book for that. And had to look up the answer, because only getting to test one answer at a time and having to redo the whole book to test one answer was just too painful. So last time we went by swimming, we'll try by the jetty tunnel. We sort of can't make progress, but it leads to the same thing. It leads to riding the beast wagon. We know that the archway doesn't actually... No, it was the staircase. The staircase just takes us to potentially some items, but we don't have Spirit Walk, so we're not able to find out whatever hidden secret thing there is, and instead it sends us away. Last time we did cave, so let's do the rocks this time. We try and hide within the rocks, and instead there is an avalanche. Roll a random number. Add 2 for Hunt Mastery, add 2 for Nexus. We also rolled well. Meaning that we don't fall down a chasm, presumably. Well, we don't fall too far down the chasm and get hurt. We still fall in the chasm and we climb our way out. It's still blizzarding when we escape. We get to the city. Last time we did South Wall, so we'll do West Wall. I don't have super pathmanship. You're making a cursory search of the derelict chamber when suddenly you hear something that makes you reach for your weapon, the grating rumbling of stone on stone. From out of a secret panel in the wall to your right come 6 skeletal warriors, each one brandishing a rust-pitted sword. The leading 2 move to block the staircase, preventing you from making a speedy escape. The remaining 4 stalk forwards with evil intent, their eye sockets aglow with a sorcerous green fire. Fight them. Yes, use bonus psychic damage. Okay, we took next to no damage. Lovely. In fact, the damage we took was because of using our psychic attack, not because the enemy actually managed to hurt us. We dispatched the skeletons. They have another coiled rope. Coiled oiled rope. And an iron key. We'll yoink that, thank you. The sack is so small you can fit next to nothing in it, and I will live without it. You know what? I don't need 3 different ropes. Normal rope, oiled rope is fine. We'll take the spyglass. You leave the chamber. The Dracarin patrol you sighted earlier is nowhere to be seen. You can leave the Barbican and enter Zargon without further confrontation. You trek through the awesome ruins of this age-old city. Where once at the beginning of the Age of Eternal Night, a proud and mighty race reigned supreme. You have just passed a derelict mausoleum when you are forced to halt and hide from a passing troop of Ixian warriors. As soon as they march stiffly along the ice-choked avenue towards a plaza, dominated by a huge frozen fountain, beyond which there is a broad ramp which ascends to the grand archway at the base of the Crystal Spire. We do have Hunt Mastery and we do have a high enough rank. We sense the evil. We do have advanced mental shield. We only take 2 damage. Last time we tried using a bow and it failed. So let's try using mental attack. Mental attack also does not work against the ghosts. Boo hiss. You know what? Let's kill them. Okay. Last time they beat me up. And they still have better combat skill. Okay, they did about half our health this time instead of killing us. Ah, but we did use the Summer Sword. And you're not allowed to. Okay. Fair enough. Deaths +1. You used the Summer Sword during the fight. Ugh. I think we may have to run away from those ghost things then. They are too strong. The other thing we could do is trade alchemy for the spirit walking and see what thing we're missing out on over there. Spear is fine. We were going to see if they give us a new Corlinium scabbard. Spyglass, no. Pipe, no. Blanket, no. Keep the meals. Get rid of the Black Amulet and the Death Staff and the Scroll. The rest we keep. Get rid of all the other kinds of money. Good enough. Meal. Healing potion. Another rope. Done. God damn it. Meal. Rope. Potion. Thank you. I forgot to do the Corlinium Scabbard because I'm an idiot. I possess the Platinum Amulet. I possess the Summer Sword. We'll be truthful and say that I was too stupid to put the scabbard away, even though I want to find out what happens on the other thing. We know the guy. And now that we've taken both branches at both locations, we can pretty much just skip through this at full speed. So we arrive on the island via boat. The baddies show up. We go down the stairs. So this bit is new because I misclicked last time. We fight the ghost thing, which is only just barely less skilled than us. You strike a killing blow and the creature's tongue flickers in and out as it hisses like a sleeting gale. It drops to its knees, its talons scrubbling for your leg, its eyes flaring brightly with evil fire. Quickly you step back and watch the flames that are its eyes flicker and go out. It crumples to the icy ground, its body transforming swiftly into an evil-smelling pool of bubbling black venom. The destruction of the ghosty thing seems to weaken the attacking horde. They falter, and Lazan's men seize the opportunity to counterattack. You rush forward and join them as they fight their way valiantly back towards the key. Undead are trying to sink our stupid boat. We say that we must stop them. We try and do so. We do have the Summer Sword. We tennis racket its ice attack back at us. We wait for the monster to hop on the boat. We fight it. We use bonus psychic attack. We manage to insta-kill it. Critical success. We examine its remains. We grab that crystal thing. We will try swinging from the rigging and not failing our George of the Jungle attempt this time. We success. We don't have to fight some skeletons, therefore. We tell them that we should use the bad guy's boat now that we killed all the bad guys. We can exercise the ship again. We'll try steering the ship and hopefully not sucking this time. We do a mediumly good job. At least the people weren't so afraid that they were praying to the gods that I don't kill them. The shark thing shows up. We'll fight them. Bring it. Although we might want to make sure we're not using the Summer Sword. Thank you. We win quickly. We invisible. Stay hidden. Eat one of our meals. We come up to them, casting Raise Dead on all our friends. Or our ex-friends. Left was fine. We have a high enough rank. We then do this, which we said was 10, because we said the difference, it was these two numbers were supposed to be increasing by a set amount. So it was 11, and then 14, and the next one should be 17, which meant the answer was 10. Swimming was fine. What the hell is Sabito? I mean, I supposedly possess some, which is weird. Okay. Okay, so it's gillyweed. We use the totally not gillyweed, even though this came before Harry Potter. So in real reality, gillyweed is not Sabito. We successfully get to the other side. However, it cost us 2 items. We jump in the wagon. Now it was staircase. And this time we do have spirit walking. Spirit walking lets you detect a secret door connected to the far wall of the chamber. It is finely constructed and virtually undetectable to a human eye, but closer examination reveals a raised pimple of rock positioned at its center. As you reach out to touch it, the heat from your hand activates a concealed catch, and the secret door slides open. Sure. How could you... Who would find a secret passage and say, no, I ignore the secret passage? The narrow passage leads to a chamber carved from glittering blue ice. Steps have been chiseled into its translucent north wall. A slippery staircase which ascends to a landing positioned high above the ice cavern. As you climb the steps, the sub-zero temperature plummets even further, making you shiver involuntarily despite the combined protection of your platinum amulet and Magna-Chi skills. After a tiring climb, you reach the landing to be greeted by the sight of an unguarded cave mouth. Through this opening, you see a bleak and desolate wasteland of rock and ice. The blizzard is raging, whipped up by fierce electrical storm that blazes above a distant mountain range. The jagged grey peaks are illuminated by flashes of the storm. After checking your equipment, you reluctantly leave the cave mouth and set off into the blizzard in search of the city of Zagon. The rocks didn't do us any good. I actually quite liked the cave. We do have a high enough rank. We lose 2 items. We choose rope number 1 and meal. We will fight. I choose not to use the summer sword, though. Ooh, and we get a picture of the monster. I don't remember there being a picture the last time we fought it. Look at it with its big narwhal horn and tentacles with spiky things on the end. We use the Dagger of Vashna and... I guess a normal sword? We use psychic attacks, yes. Both kinds. So it did barely any damage to us. 1/5 or 1/6 of our health. We win the fight. We get to heal up because we rest in the cave successfully. Neither of these paths seemed terribly different. I do have Hunt Mastery. We do have Advanced Mental Screen. Now the ghosty things turn up. So if we try and use neither, the ghost things that we're fighting right this moment have killed us twice. The first time, because without the Summer Sword we had really low combat skill relative to them and they got a critical hit on us. The second time I said use the Summer Sword, and then the game is like, no, at the start we said don't use it. You insta-die for using it. And this time, well, this time we decided that discretion is the better part of valor, and have engaged in some tactical withdrawals in the face of the ghosty things. Now, any who would be accusing us of cowardice are, of course, filthy liars. Pick a number from the random number table. If we have Grand Mastery, add 2. The creatures utter a chilling sound that resembles mocking laughter. Then, from pockets inside their tattered black robes, they draw silvery rods which they level menacingly at your head. You dive for cover as a trio of crackling bolts come arcing through the snow towards your face. We are advancing to the rear, yes. We roll really well. Your lightning-quick reflexes save you from certain death. The bolt crackles overhead, passing close enough to singe your tunic before they explode harmlessly in the snow. You stagger to your feet and try to get away, but your escape is quickly thwarted. The creatures glide across the snow and block your escape, forcing you to face them in a desperate hand-to-hand combat. I am not using the summer sword. Yes, the ghosty things. The ghoulish creatures shriek with glee as they fall upon you. They're totally not dementors. Like starving vultures to a corpse. They are immune to all kinds of magic. All kinds of mental enhancement. And look at how much more attack they have than me. Without the summer sword, they're absurdly strong. Oh, they're only resistant to level 1 and 2 psychic, not level 3 psychic. Okay, so level 3 psychic lets us even a little bit. We did more damage than they did to us. We did more damage than they did to us. And again. They did more damage than we did. They didn't take any damage. We took a fair bit. We took more than them. They took more than us. They took a huge chunk and we barely took a scratch. I'm not used to having to scroll this. I don't think we've had combat go so long that I have had to scroll this before. This is new and terrifying information, that this can scroll. You've barely survived this encounter. You are gravely injured and should try to heal as soon as possible. We win the fight by the skin of our teeth. What, 15 of 60 health? So they did 3/4 of our health, let's say. As you strike your killing blows, and we were on 14 when the combat ended. What level did we get to? Yeah. Do we have a new feat now? You only level up at the end of each book, Dawn Treader. As you strike your killing blows, this isn't an EXP-based system, this is a storyline-based system. You only level up when you complete important story arcs. The creatures crumple to the snow, their bodies undergoing a gruesome transformation. Slowly they implode, twisting and shrinking as they contract. I mean, shrinking as they contract is a bit... The big red ball is big and red. Until all that is left are 3 evil-smelling pools of bubbling black venom surrounded by tatters of cloth. Hurriedly, you sheath your weapon and run deeper into the ruins, eager to put distance between yourself and the remains of your ghostly foes. Soon you stumble upon a ruined watchtower, where you must rest a while and get your bearings. Through a hole in the tower's dull, glassy wall, you can see the wide stone ramp which services the archway entrance of the great crystal spire. Hidden from sight, you observe the traffic of undead warriors passing through this grand archway. The low hum that you detected earlier is much louder here, almost painfully so. Its concussive vibration is so strong that it leaves ripples in the snow. You crane your neck to look around at the uppermost tip of the spire. You shiver with dread when you detect the unmistakable presence of the Death Lord. His cloying aura of evil makes you break out in a cold sweat. But you fight back this fear and resolve to gain entry to the Crystal Spire, determined to defeat him. Patiently you wait crouched in the rubble of the ruined watchtower, observing his undead slaves come and go. During this time, unless you have ultra super mega hunting, you must eat a meal or lose 3. I will just eat one of our meals, we have them. You wait some time, and then you proceed up the ramp. I do have Spirit Walking, so changing over to Spirit Walking has been useful twice this one. Beyond the grand archway, you discover a massive high-ceilinged antechamber. The walls of the vast circular hall are lined with human-like figures who, were it not for their frigid whiteness of their skin, you would assume were sleeping on guard duty. Opposite the entrance, you see another open archway filled with shimmering curtain of light. You sense that beyond it lies the way to the upper stories of the spire, to the place where the Death Lord resides. Also, let's maybe eat one of our potions while we're here. Potion. Eat. Yes. Potion. Eat. Yes. Okay. That gets us back to at least half health. We will use Spirit Walking. Your Spirit Walking skill warns you that the shimmering curtain of light that fills the archway ahead will cause harm to any living thing that passes through it. Your senses also detect that beyond the archway lies the only sure route that you could gain access to the higher levels. Let's search for another way up. You circle around the hall, keeping a wary eye on the frozen humanoids that line the walls in case your presence here could cause them to animate. Your caution is unnecessary. They remain completely immobile. As you pass the shimmering archway, you feel nausea rising from the pit of your stomach, and a wave of dizziness makes you falter for a few moments. Lose to endurance. However, your dogged persistence pays off when you discover a partially concealed panel in the wall. As you step nearer, it slides open to reveal a flight of steps which ascend to an empty chamber. Here you discover a door of opaque green crystal set flush into the north wall. Closer investigation reveals a curious lock plate positioned in its center. Let's look at it. You examine the intricate lock plate and determine it is operated by psychic energy. You study the intricate patterns which embellish it, and gradually you realize that they give clues to a 3-digit number. By projecting the image of this number at the lock using your psychic powers, it will release the locking mechanism and cause the doors to open. The first of the 3 numbers is equal to the number of islands which can be found between... It's DRM puzzle. Do you have access to the map? So... go back. The number of islands which is between the Tozaz Sea and the Gulf of Concord. So Tozaz Sea and Gulf of Concord. 1? The question is, does this count? It's either 1 or 2. But it says between these two. Right? And between where the words Tozaz Sea and Gulf of Concord are, there is only one island. This island is not between those, even if it is inside the Tozaz Sea, maybe, is what I'm going to claim. The second number equals the number of islands found in Lake Gargon. So we come down here and we say Lake Gargon has 0 islands. And the third and final number is equal to the number of cities that can be found on the banks of the river Saga. Saga has 0. Count them, 0 cities. So the answer is flat 100. Correct. Proceed with your quest. The instant you project the correct number at the lock plate, the entire door begins to shimmer and lose its solidity. It becomes transparent, and then it fades completely. as if it is evaporated into thin air. With a smile of satisfaction on your lips at having solved the riddle of the door, you step through the now open portal and climb a set of stairs, which awaits you beyond. At the top of the stairs, you find a chamber where the walls and floor are thick with frost. Standing beside a locked door is a crystal plinth, on which lies an onyx key covered by a clear glass dome. Your Kai sixth sense tingle as you approach it. You sense that it is protected by sorcery. Well, we have magic. Your Kai mastery, you cause the glass dome to rise a few inches from the plinth. You snatch up the key, taking care not to touch the plinth or the cover holding it. You lower the glass dome back down, record Onyx Key on your action chart, it's a special item. You find that it fits the door perfectly, you give it a gentle twist, confident that it will unlock the door and allow you entry to whatever is beyond. We don't roll critically poorly. There is a faint click, and the door opens without a sound. You walk through and emerge into a chamber composed entirely of polished black crystal, where you see myriad images of yourself trailing away into infinity within the mirror-smooth walls. At first you see only your own reflections, but when you cast your gaze around this eerie chamber, you realize you are not alone. Standing guard at an open archway are a trio of undead creatures, the likes of which you have never seen before, armed with barbed tridents, which they hold loosely in their corpse-green hands. They become aware of your presence and come scurrying forwards, tridents raised in readiness to pin you to the walls. Try and shoot them. Our bow's been pretty useless this campaign. It goes straight through them. They're more bloody ghost enemies. And they're immune to all psychic attack. And they say that, but no, because they're actually immune. They're only immune to the most basic of psychic attack, not the two medium ones, or at least not the strongest one. Okay, the strongest one is still useful. That said, we only have the same combat as them, and they have more health. I mean, they took away another 10 hit points. We win the fight quickly. The bodies of the ghastly creatures undergo a swift and gruesome transformation. Their torsos implode with dramatic effect. They barely have time to cry out in agony. Hail, Real Decoy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing okay. This book has killed us twice. There's one mini-boss fight that killed us twice. Once because the bad guy got a critical hit on us, and once because I used the Super Mega Giga Sword when we were told at the start of the adventure, if you use the Super Mega Giga Sword, the enemies will be able to see that you're here. You sheath your weapon and step away from the foul-smelling mounds of dust. Then you hurry out of this black-floored chamber by a short passage which leads into an adjoining hall. This vaulted oblong-shaped hall is illuminated by flickerings of electrical fire, which arc between two freestanding pillars at the far end of the chamber. Beyond the pillars, you can make out the shadowy entrance to another chamber. It is the only other exit from this hall. You realize at once that to pass between the pillars could prove to be fatal. The power arcing between them is as great as the lightning storm raging in the skies above. Yet, there may be a way of avoiding contact with the power. You notice that the two freestanding pillars do not go all the way to the ceiling. There is a small gap, a little over 2 feet wide, above them. So, if we had Kai Alchemy, we could use Levitate, presumably. Throw caution to the wind and just run between them. No, let's try and squeeze through the gap. Despite squeezing through somewhat, the occasional flicker of power hits you and you take some damage. Getting us really, really low on points, like hit points now. You rely on your natural agility to descend from the top of the pillar. You achieve the task swiftly, yet your continued proximity close to the electrical rays takes some more toll, takes some more damage. Your sense of unease makes you slow your hurried pace as you approach the shadowy opening. The slow humming noise, which has been constant ever since you first entered the Crystal Spire, is almost unbearable now. Were it not for your natural Kai defenses, your hearing would have suffered permanent damage the moment you passed between the pillars. Just dodge the lightning. Beyond the opening lies a grand yet sinister chamber. Peering into the gloomy recesses, you observe that the chamber was constructed with great skill and care in some distant age. But it is not the rich decorations that hold your attention, but the whirling vortex hanging on the far wall like some nightmarish living mural. Your pulse quickens when you look into the spinning core and recognize immediately that it is a shadow gate, the astral door to another plane of existence. Your Kai senses quickly become attuned to the powerful psychic residues which linger in this chamber. You notice several empty coffins lie scattered about the floor, and when you focus upon them, chilling, dreamlike images form in your mind's eye. You see the accursed Death Staff emerging from the Shadow Gate. It spins end over end and impacts upon the heavy stone lid of a coffin, breaking it in two. You like Death Lord Ixitaga? Grrr. Its evil power feeds unlife into the mouldering remains of the Ixian Elder lying within, and driven by this ungodly energy, the remains rise up from their stony tomb. The resurrected Ixian bears the Death Staff to the highest chamber of the Crystal Spire, where, imprisoned in a cage of light fashioned by the Elder Mages, stands Deathlord Ixitaga. The Ixian pushes the Death Star through the wall of the shimmering prison and, with a crackling flash, the cage of light vanishes. He looks so happy! He's been trapped in a magical prison for... When was the age of monster things? It was like 300 years ago? So he's been trapped in a magical tiny cage for like 400 years. I'd be pretty happy too. Freed of his magical prison that has kept... Oh no, here we go. For thousands of years. I thought it was only 300 that the last Age of Monstery thing happened. Anyway, Deathlord Ixitaga takes his Death Staff and howls with maniacal glee and rejoices in his fateful escape. This disturbing image fades from your mind, driven away by your Kai sixth sense, which is warning you of impending danger. A wispy black vapour is leaking from the circular stone edging, which abuts the whirling Shadow Gate. Focusing upon the smoky black trails, you sense that they are alive and that they radiate an aura of evil. If you have Psychic Screen and have the high enough rank, turn here. If you have Psychic Screen but not high enough rank, turn here. And if you don't have Psychic Screen, turn here. Well, we're both possessors of Psychic Screen and extremely highly leveled. You sense that the wisps of black smoke are the manifestation of several evil beings, each possessed of a strong psychic presence. Fearing attack, you draw upon your Kai Mastery to construct a mind fort to protect yourself from psychic assault. This proves to be a wise precaution. Moments after the mind fort is in place, the wisps streak across this chamber, encircling your body, accelerating to dizzying speeds before launching a massive wave of psychic energy at your mind. Fortunately, the tidal wave crashes against the walls of your mind fort and dissipates harmlessly into 1,000 motes of light. Frustrated by their inability to destroy you psychically, the wispy beings retreat to the far side of the chamber. where they solidify into 6 bodily forms. They've taken on the appearance of large, spindly-limbed, black insectoids, each with a ghoulish head, from which composite eyes stare at you with evil intent. Chittering excitedly, the 6 creatures come stalking forwards, hungry for the kill. You know what? We're going to try the bow again. The bow has been utterly useless. Oh, come on! A third time the bow is useless. Bow didn't work against Ghost-type Enemy 1. Bow didn't work against Ghost-type Enemy 2. Now now bloody giant insect enemy is also magically immune to bow. Boo! I want to use the bow for something. When the insectoids come within a body length of where you stand, their shiny black shells sprout masses of razor-sharp spines. The leading creature, the one who survived your bow attack, emits a high-pitched screech. It is the signal to attack. As one, they leap into the air and fall upon you. Desperately, you twist and dodge to avoid being crushed beneath their heavy, spiky bodies. I do have the Summer Sword. It doesn't say use it, right? It doesn't say if you choose not to use it here. So it's just if you have it. I do have it. Instantly, you unsheath the Summer Sword. Its golden light floods the chamber, countering the heavy aura of evil that permeates its every corner. The goodly presence of your divine blade causes the insectoids to shy away fearfully. You sense that they are repelled by its power, which leeches their strength. Gradually, their insect-like forms dissolve back into wispy trails of black smoke, which swirl once around the chamber before evaporating into the porous stone frame of the Shadow Gate. You are relieved to see the back of these hideous creatures, but your comfort is short-lived. No sooner have they vanished than a new horror appears in the chamber, rising from the stone floor. I have been to the Isle of Ghosts. Squatting upon a plinth of stone, arising from the floor, is a huge, snarling, jackal-like creature that you recognize immediately. It is the demon lord Tagazin, a supernatural beast that you encountered many years earlier during your quest in the dungeons of Torgar. The unexpected sight of this creature, whom you fought and defeated, though you did not destroy, all those years ago, sends a shiver of dread coursing down your spine. Your Kai instincts tell you that the demon is a slave to Ixitaga. He is the Death Lord's loyal companion. Tagazin, too, recognizes you to be a former adversary. He recalls his ignominious defeat at your hands, and, enraged by his bitter memory, he leaves the plinth and comes stalking towards you, venom dripping from his bared fangs, and a murderous glow from the depths of his nightmarish eyes. "Hold, fell demon," you shout, hoping to arrest its advance, but Tagazin merely sneers with disdain. He stalks closer, and you see knife-sharp talons extending from his hairless paws. From the gruesome expression on his face, he is clearly relishing the thought of rending you limb from limb. As you reach for your weapon, you consider using your psychic skills to preempt his attack. If you have Ultra Super Mega Giga Psychic and have obtained a super high level, turn here. If you have Ultra Super Mega Giga Psychic but aren't high level, and if you don't do either or choose not to use it, and I will try, you lock eyes onto the approaching Demon Lord and muster your strength to summon a pulse of psychic energy. The pulse forms a radiant ball of power which speeds across the chamber and slams into his mind, making him flinch and falter. Pick a number from the random number table. Double the number, and make note of the number. We've rolled a 1. Tagazin quickly recovers from your psychic attack and launches himself at you, his paws outstretched in readiness to tear you limb from limb. Before commencing combat, reduce the enemy's health by equal to the number that you noted. Oh joy, our psychic attack did 2 whole damage to him. If at any time during this fight you reduce his health to less than 25, Do not continue, instead go here. Now we have very, very, very little health left. Let's swap back to the Summer Sword and say yes to extra psychic attack. Oh! 8 hit points left. We will use our super mega heal. We're only allowed to do this once per adventure. Yes. You are seriously wounded. Your enemy is withdrawing from battle. Yes. Your desperate combat is interrupted by a whirling gale-forced wind. It arises in the center of the chamber and accelerates like a cyclone around the walls, separating you from your enemy and hurling you both to the floor. Suddenly the air crackles and seethes with static power. A dark shape is taking form at the center of this raging cyclone. A shape which radiates an intense aura of evil. It solidifies into a tall black-robed torso, surmounted by a goat-like skull. Where there should be eye sockets, you see fiery cores of scarlet energy. Fear grips you with its icy hand when you smell the stench of death and corruption that hangs heavily about this dread being. You are no doubt in the presence of the Death Lord of Ixia. Tagazin whimpers like a frightened pup and slinks towards his master, head bowed in fearful subservience. The Death Lord removes the Death Staff from his side and holds it high. Tagazin freezes in his tracks. His whole body trembles violently, petrified of his master's wrath. Ixitaga sweeps the air with the evil staff, and in a terrifying instant, both you and Tagazin are lifted by the raging wind and hurled into the dark abyss of the Shadow Gate. The freezing winds of the abyss tear mercilessly at your body as you tumble headlong through the cold and lightless void. You scream with anguish but hear nothing, not even the sound of your own voice, for sound does not exist in the airless limbo of a Shadow Gate. You are in no space, falling helplessly between two planes of existence. On the brink of unconsciousness, with a shocking abruptness, you splash face first into a warm and stinking mire. Coughing and retching, you stagger to your feet. Claw at the oily muck, and you claw the oily muck from your stinging eyes. When you prise open your gluey eyelids, the sight which greets your disbelieving gaze is wholly unlike the frigid Ixia. You find yourself knee-deep in steaming mud, surrounded by a hot and humid jungle of dense vegetation. Your Kai senses detect an all-consuming aura of evil which saturates this swampy land, warning you that this foul, stinking mire is part of the plane of darkness, the domain of the dark god Na. You scan the fetid landscape and sense that you are not alone. Tagazin is here. Though beyond the range of your vision, he is not too distant. A sense of helplessness assails your spirit, feeding a growing fear that you have failed your mission. Your only hope is to find another Shadow Gate through which you might escape from this nightmarish plane and return to your home world. Weary and despondent, you trudge through the slime towards a ridge of firm ground which is carpeted with lime-green moss. You sense Tagazin's presence somewhere in this direction, and you cling to the faint hope that he might be able to lead you to another Shadow Gate. The firmness of the mossy ridge makes the going easier. Reluctantly, you trek deeper into the mire. Infrequently, you are assailed by small, slimy, skinned horrors, which live beneath the mud of the rotting land. They rise up from this evil-smelling land and attempt to bite your legs and feet. All their attempts prove costly and futile. Your speedy reactions and Kai weapon skill make sure of this. After an hour or so, you glimpse something through a tangle of trees ahead to make you stop and stare. At first sight, it looks like a huge slab of stone lying on the surface of the swamp. But when you magnify your vision, you see that it is a flat roof of a stone building, being swallowed slowly by the mire. You sense that you are gaining on Tagazin, and with weapon drawn, you approach the sinking stone roof. We do not have super pathmanship. On reaching the stone roof, you notice an opening at its center, which is partially overgrown with barbed creepers. You rip away the foliage, taking care not to scratch yourself on the poisonous barbs. You discover a flight of steps thick with slime which descends into the dark interior of the sunken building. Unfortunately, your preoccupation with the stairway distracts from an imminent danger. Your Kai senses alert you to a threat, and you spin around, finding yourself facing a horde of monstrous shapes. Bloated corpse things jostle with humanoid horrors and skeletal warriors, whose bones are gnawed with decay. It is a ghastly sight, a regiment of chaos creatures, drawn here by the scent of human prey. You shiver with dread, for clearly you are the prey that they seek. They come streaming along the same mossy ridge that you yourself travelled, hungrily following your scent trail. But now they are on the roof, and with frightening speed they charge towards you. Gibbering and howling like demons, they hurl themselves upon you in a desperate attempt to slay you with fang and claw. They're immune to everything except the highest skill psychic attack. We will use the Summer Sword, we will use Super Psychic Attack. They only do 5 damage to us, but when we're only on 25 health, 5 damage is not trivial. We win the fight. The creatures yield to your powerful blows, but the grievous wounds you deal them neither draw blood nor ichor. The ground around your feet is crawling, with severed segments of the creatures. Hacked and dismembered, they nevertheless continue to wriggle forwards, forcing you to retreat grudgingly towards the steps. When, to your mounting horror, you witness the dismembered segments press themselves together to form composite creatures of impossible shape and design, your nerve breaks, and you flee headlong down the steps. The hideous gibbering shrieks of the reforming chaos creatures echo in your ears as you descend into the claustrophobic depths of the sunken building. At first, their cries sound hungry and frantic, like those of a ravenous pack of starving wolves denied their prey. But suddenly, you realize that they are not cries of hunger at all. They are howls of glee! Ugh. They are howls of glee. The gibbering chaos creatures are enjoying the sight of you rushing headlong to your doom. You skid to a halt, but it is too late. With chilling abruptness, the slimy stairs open up and you fall feet first into a deep, dark pit. With a jolt that leaves you gasping for breath, you hit the gooey surface of a stinking subterranean bog, and sink in up to your neck. In the eerie half-light, you can see the chaos horde above, clustered around the edge of the pit. They are like excited spectators at a pit fight, waiting for combat to begin. You sense movement in the slime. Something is brushing past your left thigh. You struggle to move, but in doing so cause your body to sink deeper. If you have spirit walking, do this. If you have magic, do this. If you have animal mastery, do this. If you have none of them, go here. Well, we have spirit walking. Using your advanced spirit walking thing, you lighten your body weight and prevent yourself from sinking any deeper. Moments later, you feel something brushing past your leg for a second time, and this action and the chilling sensation galvanizes you to action. The walls of the shaft are mirror smooth, for the first 10 feet above the surface of the mire. But beyond that point, you notice that they are rough-hewn and studded with sharp spurs of rock. One such spur offers a tempting handhold, if only you could connect to it. If only you could reach it, it would be an easy task to climb. Well, we have a rope. With difficulty, you retrieve your rope from your backpack and hurriedly make a lasso. Then, uttering a short prayer to Kai and a shear, you cast it upwards in an attempt to catch it upon the rocky spur. Pick a number from the random number table. Add 1 if you have Grand Hunt Mastery. We roll sufficiently well to not suck. You lasso the spur of rock on your first attempt and pull yourself out of the cloying mire. Seconds before the unseen creature, circling below the surface, moves in to attack your legs. On reaching the spur, you retrieve your rope and set out to climb the wall of the shaft. Above, the snickering horde of chaos creatures watch with eager anticipation. When you are within a few feet of the top, you unsheath your weapon and get ready to fight. Come on, I already defeated them once. Boo! Boo! Use psychic. Use weaker psychic. Go. Insta-kill. That's what we like to see. We win combat. Before the sundered remains of your enemies can merge and reform, you kick them into the pit, where they are consumed by the creature lurking at the bottom of its slime-filled base. Without looking back, you make a swift escape up to the roof and hurry away along the mossy ridge. Minutes later, you come to a thicket of mist-enshrouded trees. As you pass through the eerie wood, you detect the presence of Tagazin once more. Fresh tracks indicate his direction, and determinedly, you set off, finding it an easy task to follow his clawed footprints in the loamy soil. They lead you through a tangle of saw-toothed briar, and then up a gently rising slope. As you crest the top, you look upon an awe-inspiring sight. A few hundred yards beyond the rise, you see Tagazin moving along a track that leads to the top of a small hillock. Here, contained within an arch of ancient stone, you see a whirling vortex, the unmistakable opening of a shadow gate. Surrounding Tagazin, a host of winged dragon-like creatures with a horny skin that glimmers like gold in the wan light. By their slow, laborious way with which the jackal-like demonoid is moving its limbs, you sense that he has been injured and greatly weakened by his passage through the void. We have seen these monsters before, in the Plane of Darkness. You recognize them. You encountered them last time you were here upon the Plane of Darkness. They are Lavasfell, servants of the dark god Na. A dozen or so lavas surrounding the ailing Tagazin appear to be urging him on towards the Shadow Gate. Your hope of returning to your world rose when first you saw the Shadow Gate, but the now familiar sensation of fear returns to chill your blood. The thought occurs to you that if Tagazin should enter the Shadow Gate before you, the lavas may be able to close it behind him and deny you your chance of escaping. This is a risk that you cannot afford to take. Drawing your weapon, you race along the track in pursuit of the Demon Lord, grimly determined to prevent him from reaching the Shadow Gate alive. If you have advanced camouflage, turn here. You utilize your advanced camouflage skills to keep yourself hidden from sight. As you approach the sickly Demon Lord and his golden-winged escorts, and come to within a few hundred feet of them, your presence is revealed by the aura of goodly light your body radiates on this plane of existence. A wave of alarum spreads through the escorts when first your aura is detected, and many of them take to the sky. Directed by a vengeful Tagazin, they encircle around you and come diving down to attack you with beacon claw. Another high combat enemy. Yes, we must use all our psychic skills. Oh, come on. I'm down to 13 health. We win. You slay the last of the golden-winged horrors. Their torn bodies dissolve into hot, steamy vapour, carried away on the foul breeze. The few lavas that remained with Tagazin, having seen what has befallen their comrades, abandon the Demon Lord to his fate. Tagazin curses their cowardice as they take to the air and speed away. For a moment you stare at the Demon Lord and he returns your gaze. His bitter hatred of you burns brightly in his supernatural eyes. When he turns and drives himself on towards the Shadow Gate, you give chase, determined to stop him, but you slow your pace when suddenly you see a wide rent appearing in the sky above. Through a tear in the clouds, you see a new host of lavas swooping down. If you have Super Hunt Mastery, turn here. Using your advanced mastery, you magnify your vision in order to see the new enemy better, as they descend towards you from out of the sky. As the images grow larger, you see that the leading one is holding an item that radiates an intense aura of evil power. At a distance, it appears to be a large metal bowl with a sharp spear of crystal fixed to its underside. Unsure of its purpose, you hazard a guess that it is some kind of weapon. Driven by fear, you increase your own pace, determined now more than ever to reach the Shadow Gate before either Tagazin or his wave of helpers can stop you. We don't have magic. To your dismay, the descending wave of lavas reach the Demon Lord before you, and form up in a protective circle around his ice-sheened body. Those that remain in the sky beat the air with their mighty wings, causing a powerful downdraft which holds you at bay. Shielding your eyes from the stinging, dust-choked winds, you look up and see that the leader is cradling the curiously spiked metal bowl in its horny hands. It descends towards Tagazin, who inverts it, and suddenly you realize its true purpose and design. It is a helm of power, affixed on top with a crystal spike. The lavas place the helmet on the demon's head, and the spike begins to glow menacingly. Now all of the lavas ascend to the sky, where they wait to view a confrontation that is about to commence. Suddenly, Tagazin, revitalized by the power of the spiked helmet, comes charging at you, with his head lowered, snorting gruffly like a maddened bull. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have Pathmanship, Ultra Super Giga Pathmanship, add 3. We roll a critical fail. And insta-die. Insta-deaths like that are cheap. I'd rather just take a solid chunk of damage. You dive aside from the onrushing Demon Lord. Your reactions are too slow to avoid being hit. He catches you with the tip of his spiked helm, and you feel an agonizing pain shoot through your body. Then an explosion of white-hot fire obliterates your senses, and in a terrifying instant, the light that is your life is snuffed out. You're fallen victim to the helm of power, forged and fashioned by the Dark Lord Na himself. Your life and quest end here on the plane of darkness, which means we're going to have to fight the ghosty things again. Can I say no? No, there's no way to say no. Grumble, 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 grumble. I'm sticking with this. This was actually the most useful of the ones we've seen. Spear is fine. It's kind of tempting to maybe take some of these performance-enhancing drugs that we have stored. Yeah. So we're going to deposit pipe, spyglass, blanket. We're going to yoink extra healing potion. But that looks like the only extra healing potion I have. Store the Black Amulet and the Scroll. And the Death Staff, because it's embarrassing to the story that we have this when we're supposed to be going on a quest to get it. I forgot to do money. Store the money. We want the potion. Really, I wish I could just grab nothing but potions. Meal. Done. I understand. I do have the platinum amulet. I do have the summer sword. I do have the super scarab. Scabbard, sorry. We go to the island. We warn them about the approaching baddies. They don't believe us, but then the baddies turn up. We go straight down. We fight the first of the ghosty things. Actually, we can use... This time it doesn't do spectacular damage. Good. We do have the summer sword. Kill it once it gets on the boat. Go. Examine its body. It has some crystal thing that we haven't found a use for. Swing from the rigging. Hopefully we don't fail our George of the Jungle. We do not fail our George of the Jungle. We don't have to fight the extra skeletons. We tell them that we should use the bad guy's boat. I search the stern. I find nothing. Random number table. We do well. Approach the icebergs. I do a really bad job, and therefore everyone gets frightened of my bad driving. We get past the icebergs. The submarine ship eats us. I fight them. Do not use the summer sword. Whew. We dodge. Fight. Keep this onyx key. We possess advanced hiding. We use advanced hiding. Follow the undead. Eat one of our meals. Left is fine. We do have the high rank. The answer was 10. Although maybe not for the reason that we've said that it's 10. Jetty. Not the other way because we don't have the magic skill that lets us breathe underwater. We do have this, which lets us get out via the secret passage. We will go to the cave. The cave has the monster. We will choose meal and meal. Fight the monster. I do not wish to use the summer sword. Defeat Mr. Monster Man. Use psychic attacks, yes. Okay, cost us 15 or so health. Defeat the monster. Get 3 health back. South wall is fine. I am high enough rank. I do have mental defenses. We know not to use either of those. Random number table. We do well. They don't get us with their magic wands. We choose not to use the summer sword. We say yes to bonus psychic damage. You have barely survived the encounter with the enemy. 9 HP left. We did win the fight, though. Continue. Eat food. Sure, we have meals. Continue. Continue. We do have Spirit Walk. Search for another way. Examine the lock. The answer was 100. I already possess an Onyx key, which lets us pass. The bow is useless, but it doesn't matter. We choose not to use it. We do not use the summer sword. And before we have to fight this, we will eat some of our potion. So, healing potion, eat. Healing potion, eat. Healing potion, eat. We are out of healing potions. And even that barely puts us at half health. You are gravely wounded. You should heal yourself as soon as possible. We won quickly enough. Oh god. The electric thing is maybe going to kill us. Ow. More ow. 2 hit points. We do have mental defense, and we are a high enough rank. I'm going to try and run away. I do have a green gem. Your Kai instinct and intuition prompts you to take out the green gem. In the presence of the insectoids, it pulses with an eerie light that causes them to shy away fearfully. You sense that they are repelled by its power, which is leeching their strength. They're insect-like, so this does the same thing as the summer sword would have. If you've ever been to the Isle of Ghosts, we have. So demon shows up. I do have high enough rank. Please roll better this time than a 1. Oh joy, we rolled a 2. Change back to the summer sword. Use extra psychic damage. Go. We have to use our bonus healing. We only get to use it once per campaign. And again, turn on our psychic bonus damage. Okay. He is damaged enough to want to run away. The big baddie shows up and throws us through the portal. We don't have pathmanship. I'm going to turn on Kai Surge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The enemy is dead, but we are on ultra low health. We are a high enough rank. We do have the rope. Random number table says, get stuffed. Twice you attempt to lasso the outcrop without success. You're getting ready for a third try when an excruciating pain knifes through your lower leg. The powerful jaws of an unseen pit beast have closed around your calf, and the creature is trying to drag you below the surface. You drop your rope and reach for your weapon. With the scummy slime lapping at your chin, you stab at the creature's head in a desperate attempt to cut yourself free from its agonizing grip. Nine. 8 health. Success. But now we're stuck at the bottom of the pit. Trusting solely to your natural climbing ability, you use what little purchase you can find in the wall of the pit to assist your difficult climb back to the top. The snickering horde of chaos creatures watch you ascend with eager anticipation. When you are a few feet from the top, you unsheath your weapon and get ready to fight. So same as before. Summer Sword, yes. Psychic, yes. Psychic, yes. God, 2 more damage. We're down to 6 health. If you win combat, turn to here. We chase Doggo. We chase Doggo. We do have advanced invisibility. The little bird things come. I'm no longer have enough health to... Wait, why are you... I'm not supposed to be able to do this. Again. Why did that let me do it again? That shouldn't have let me do that. Even with it, the birds almost kill us. Even with 20 extra healing that I should not have gotten as far as I understand. We do have Hunt Mastery. But we do not have Kai Alchemy. Please, random number table, do not insta-kill us this time. Success. Your lightning-fast reactions save you from being run through by the spiked helm. Tagazin goes charging past, but as you roll over and spring to your feet, you see he's already turned around and is bearing down upon you for a second time. He's immune to basic psychic attack, but not super advanced psychic attack. That said, I only have 1 extra combat than him, and he has more than twice our health. I think we die. Victory with 1 HP. Oh. At the instant you strike him the killing blow, barely even a sweat And remember, we brought extra healing potions with us than this mission lets you have, right? Healing potions that we had stored in the monastery from other adventures where we didn't need them. His body shatters into a million frozen pieces which cascade to the ground. The spiked helm drops on top of his pile of smashed remains, crowning them as if it were a marker fashioned from the Demon Lord's grave. You look skyward to see a second wave of lavas wheeling around in shocked disarray. They are visibly stunned at your unexpected victory, and they flee to the safety of the clouds, fearful of tempting the fate that has befallen Tagazin. We have the Summer Sword. Are we going to destroy the helmet thing? The Sun Sword begins to glow and become warm in your hand. The blade points of its own accord towards the spiked helm, and at once you sense that it is prompting you to destroy the evil artifact. Obediently, you obey its silent request. You raise the Sun Sword and bring it crashing down on the helm, splitting it asunder. There is a violent splash of hissing sparks, and, when the sparks dissipate, you see that there's no trace of the helm remaining. It has been utterly destroyed. Purposefully, you walk towards the Shadow Gate. As you leap into its spinning core, you pray that you will arrive back on Magnamund in time to thwart the Death Lord's evil plan. Howling winds of the void rip at your face and clothing as you plummet into the core of the lightless abyss. You lose all sense of time until, in the remote distance, you see tiny motes of light come streaking towards your face. As suddenly as it began, the sensation of falling through deep space is replaced by the abrupt cessation of movement. Stunned and disoriented, you shake your head and rise uneasily to your feet. As your blurred vision clears, you see that you have returned to the chamber of the Crystal Spire from where you were first sent tumbling into the Shadow Gate. It is empty now. Fearing the worst, you use your skills to determine the time and date. To your immediate relief, you discover that only a few hours have elapsed during your absence. It is still possible to complete your quest. You resolve to find the Death Lord, even if it means searching every chamber of the spire. You turn to leave the hall, but a noise behind you makes you freeze. The sudden stench of decay and corruption tells you that you do not have to look far to find your adversary. You spin around to see a circular section of floor disappearing. At the center of this gaping hole, there arises a plinth on which stands the awesome figure of the Death Lord Ixitaga. Jets of flame encircle his enrobed form, shooting up from the moat which now separates the plinth from the floor of the chamber. The cloying stench of decay is overwhelming. You reel backwards and see that the Death Lord is raising the death staff that hums with the terrible power held precariously within its haft. A ghastly laugh issues from his goat skull face as he levels the evil weapon and directs its tip towards your heart. We have the Summer Sword. Abruptly, the ghastly laughter ceases, as if the Death Lord has seen something that has shaken his arrogant confidence. Your senses tell you that it is the Summer Sword he has recognized, that you possess one of the few weapons capable of destroying him. It is a realization that shocks him to his core. As you move forward, eager to exploit your advantage, the Death Lord reacts swiftly. He utters a guttural sound, and in the next instant, a massive bolt of energy shoots from the tip of the Death Staff and comes speeding towards your chest. Pick a random number from the random number table. For every rank that you have attained above that of Kai Guardian, add 1, which if we go into here, and then we go look at the rankometer thing. Sunthane. So above this, we are 1, 2, 3 above that. Random number table. So we do mediumly well. He does 3 damage when I have 6 health left. You dive and roll over several times to avoid the onrushing bolt of energy. The massive flame ball passes over your back and explodes through the far wall of the chamber with devastating effect. It tears open a hole in the steel-hard crystal, measuring more than 10 feet in diameter, and fills the air with razor-sharp shards. You are peppered in the back by these splinters, lose 3 health. As you stagger to your feet, you see an opportunity to seize the initiative and carry the attack to the Death Lord. You see that the Death Staff is no longer vibrating with power. You sense that Ixitaga expended all of its unholy energy in its previous attack, in the hopes of destroying you quickly and utterly. It will be several minutes before it recoups its dark powers, and you must act swiftly if you are to turn this time to your advantage. You raise the summer sword, and an umbrella of golden light bursts from its hilt to illuminate the debris-strewn chamber. For Summerlund and the Kai, you shout. With a single mighty leap, you traverse the fiery moat, landing on the plinth within an arm's length of the Death Lord's foul form. Your brave and bold action takes Ixitaga aback, but he quickly recovers and with unnerving speed spins around to counter your attack. Seriously? I have 4 health left. You raise the summer sword and a gout of golden flame engulfs the blade, flaring with such brilliance that Deathlord Ixitaga is momentarily blinded by its goodly light. He shrieks and raises the... I was really assuming that we would insta-win against the boss now, and that the second form of the doggo was the end boss, not another sub-boss. These fiery motes are sucked into the vortex of the Shadow Gate, which now begin to... No, we have 4 HP, Vama, which has now begun to whirl with alarming intensity. The Death Lord reels from the force of the impact, but he recovers swiftly and thrusts the sharp tip of the Death Staff at your face. You duck the thrust, but you sense that it is only the beginning of what will become a titanic fight to the finish. He's completely immune to psychic. I have 4 health left, and he outskills us by 12. This is ridiculous. We roll a critical success for our opening move, though, depleting his health by about a quarter. And then we die. I am really feeling that this book is like that other one that had that utterly unreasonable fight. You have big ghost fight, demon fight, demon fight, demon fight, boss fight. Every single one of which is enough to take you down by about half your health. Okay, we want the extra potion. We don't want the blanket, or the pipe, or the spyglass, or the extra rope. Actually, we probably do want the extra rope, because we can potentially lose our items in 2 of those events. We don't want the black amulet. We don't want the death staff. We deposit our money. I understand. Actually, no. I want to find out if he gives us a new Corlinium thingamajig. I'm going to deposit that for the sake of finding out if he gives us a new one. Meal, rope, and potion. Yes. No matter how well you've rolled for combat skill or endurance, you should be able to succeed. I press X to doubt that for this book. I do have the Platinum Amulet. I do have the Summer Sword, but now we can truthfully say that I don't have the Scabbard. Okay, so he gives us one. I wonder what would happen if we didn't have the Summer Sword. Would he potentially just give us the summer sword? If we die again, I'm going to test that. Okay, but we know this by now. So, we have the meeting with the king. We get to the island. We tell them that it's going to be attacked. They don't believe us. It's attacked. We defeat the first ghost thing. That helps them win. Could I have dual summer swords? If I have one summer sword, I'm not allowed to say that I don't have it. If I have one, I can't click the option that says, I don't have one, please give me another one, maybe. We have the summer sword. Wait for it to get on the boat. Fight it. Yes. Fight, fight. Defeat monster 1. Examine his body, get the green gem that was useful against the insect things. George of the Jungle onto the quayside. Tell them that we should use the enemy boat. Search the stern. Perform the exorcism. Be the driver. We drive somewhat well. Only taking a tiny bit of damage. The submarine thing gets us. You know what? We're going to avoid every single enemy that we can. Up until we are forced to fight. Stay hidden. Eat a meal, that's fine. They're raising the dead on our dead boatmates. Okay, the answer to this was 10. We will go via this way because we don't have Breathe Underwater spell. We've chosen the other skill. So it was staircase. Staircase leads to secret tunnel. Secret tunnel leads to outside. We will go with the rocks rather than the monster. Random number table says, well, you take no damage. Very good. We are going to go west gate. Secret tunnel. Yes, secret tunnel. We don't have ultra super pathmanship. We are forced to fight the skellies. Skellies go. Do not use the summer sword. Yes, use psychic bonus damage though. +18 +5. Weapon Mastery. Silver Helm +2. Silver Braces +2. Kai Surge +8. Grandmaster Disciplines +8. Law Circles +5. Okay, there goes kind of half-ish of our health. Yuck. Oiled rope. The rest of that isn't necessarily useful. I'll trade 1 meal for an iron key. We are high enough rank. I do have Kai Screen. I don't choose to use either of them because they're about to be useless. Lose 4 HP and now fight the ghosty things. We're not allowed to use the Summer Sword. Yes, Psychic to damage up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're told that we're allowed to run after 4. They lose our trail. Eat or die. We eat. I do have telegnosis. We search for an alternate way around. We know the lock and that the lock's answer is 100. We don't have a key this time because we didn't defeat the second set of ghosty thing. But we do have Grand Nexus, which lets us levitate the thing. Random number table says don't get screwed. We'll try using the bow. It fails. We're on 13 health. There's an option for if you use the Summer Sword, so we know we're supposedly not allowed to. 13 health. Okay, next. 9 health. Next. 4 health. Use our healing thing. Now, you will not be able to do it again during this adventure. I don't think it's tracking that properly. Turn back on psychic damage again. Okay, we win. But we took too long, which we've never done before. The bodies of the ghastly creatures disappear as before, blah, 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 blah. Okay, new puzzle. The first number is equal to the number of islands which lie within 150 miles to the west of Zagon. Map, please. So west of here there is one island. I mean, does that count? It is west of here, but it's sort of southwest. I'm still going to go with 1. The second number is equal to the number of cities and towns which can be located in the Shegtar Peaks. Zero. There are 0 cities or town in the Shegtar Peaks. But isn't this answer wrong because we've already used 10 for a different puzzle? Well, then next time we'll know to try 20. We have the onyx key. Lightning gap. Take 5 damage and then 3 more. We will eat all our potions. Which only gets us up to about a third of our health. Makes me wish that there was like an option to eat meals as a way of getting even more health. We are high enough rank, so the psychic attack does nothing. We attempt to evade them. We have the gem. I have been on the Isle of Ghosts. I am high enough rank. Random number table go. 7. That is actually useful. Not like the other times we've rolled 1 and 2. So he starts with 14 less health now. That's actually meaningful. Summer Sword. Allowed. Psychic attack, yes. We've made him run away. It cost us half our health. His boss turns up. His boss throws us through the portal. We have to fight the zombie things. Insta-win. Critical success. We do have... we do have Spirit Walk. And we do have a rope. Do we roll well enough? We do roll well enough to not get trapped fighting the monster at the bottom of the pit. But we have to fight the Horde again. We're down to 9 health. We have been before. The birdies show up. Yes to psychic, yes to psychic. We're down to 8 health. But we defeat the birds. I do have Hunt Mastery. But I don't have Alchemy. Random number table. We don't get insta-killed by the helmet. Yeah, I don't think this is working properly, because this is twice that it's let us heal when we're not supposed to be able to again. Maybe it means per fight. And it's incorrectly been described there as per adventure. But I think it's meant to be per adventure. Can we go read the skill? Yeah, this ability can only be used once every 20 days. Now, maybe we do some cheesy where we say, well, we were at the end of the last 20-day period, then we used it, then we started our next 20-day period, and we used it again. As long as we wait 20 days before we do it again, we're okay now. We've won the combat. Oop. Fight him. Yeah, it lets us do it again and again. Something went wrong there as well. Okay, victory. We destroy the helmet. We go back. We do have the summer sword. He does 3 damage with the shrapnel. Unless it lets me use the heal again here, where it really shouldn't. Like, he has 12 combat skill on us when we have the super sword out. Nah, we're dead. Okay. I might have to brute force this off screen until I get enough critical hits in a row to defeat this again. Yeah, we're ultra dead because he gets a critical success. Especially this last fight is not reasonable, but there are 3 unreasonable fights in this book. I will check out, however, if we can get given a new summer sword. I did want to find out if that's a thing. So, if I choose to leave behind the summer sword, what happens? Leave behind all 3 things that I think he might give me. Healing potion, yes. Next. Do you give me a free summer sword? He gives you a slightly crappier version of the summer sword. It still does double damage against undead, but it doesn't have the +8. Yeah. So it does double undead, but not the +8 combat. Well, now we know. We're almost certain to lose this because of the lack of +8, but we'll keep going through anyway. I'll call this the last one and do the rest off of screen. Does the last boss count as undead? It specifically tells you whether they count as undead. Each fight. And the game automatically does this for you. It's not like I have to click a button that says, enemy is undead, please do double damage. It's all automatically taken care of. See here where it does this sort of thing? It will also say counts as undead, or does not count as undead. It's not something that I personally have to track. There was one book where one of them was wrong that I remember, where it, like, said that it was undead and then the combat didn't treat it as if it was undead, but otherwise it's gotten it right as far as I remember. Of the 17 books that we've played so far, I only remember one where it got it wrong. Search the body, get the crystal. George of the Jungle. Success. Doesn't matter which one we search. Oiled rope is nice. I guess I'll trade a blanket for an oiled rope. And a meal for a crystal tiara, even though we've seen no use for it. Random number table says no bad downside. Act as the site finder. Site finder successful. Into the submarine. Avoid all enemies. I want to be at full health. I do have super hiding skill. Continue to be a coward. Eat some food. They're raising dead on our dead friends. Either direction, it doesn't matter. The answer to this was 10. This way, not the way that goes underwater, because we don't have water breathe spell. What if we go the other way? Okay, so there's no upside of using the secret exit? Other than feeling good, there looks to be no upside of using the secret tunnel exit, which is weird. West. Fight them. We took fairly minimal damage from them this time. We might get up to the Demon Doggo Mark 1 with only scratches on us, instead of being half dead. We screen ourselves from the black tentacle things. They turn themselves into the insects. Oh no, we've got to do the ghosts first. It's skeletons, then ghosts. Ghosts. These are what's going to cost us all our health. Well, they cost us half our health. But we didn't kill them ultra quickly. So we are not rewarded. I do have telegnosis. It tells us about the door. We try and go a different way. We examine the lock. The lock's answer was 10. What? Oh, this was the one that was 100. Oops. Oh well. Next. High surge. It does nothing. Or it does very little. Use our healing. We win, but with 3 hit points left. Our fighting takes too long. Okay, we think the other answer to this was 20, which we wanted to learn about. Yes, 20. So what happens when you succeed at this? You also just get to the electric door. So we are forced to squeeze through the gap in the top, and we die. And there we are calling it. I will do the rest of this off-screen and show the ending in a separate recording, because it is being super obnoxious. There's too many unreasonable fights. How you would win this if you didn't have the summer sword. We had minus 13 relative attack skill with the summer sword. Without the summer sword, we will be at like minus 20 against the super boss. I just cannot see this one as being possible without it. Even with it, you're going to need really good luck. Anyway. Catch y'all laters. Alright. There are some things we can do to help ourselves out in the real run. One of those is, when you enter the city, and you are pushed towards fighting the ghosts, the first set of ghosts, attempt to use Psi Screen, or sorry, Psi Attack, and then run away. If you do this, you can avoid fighting that first set of ghosts, which saves you a whole lot of health. This is step 1. The second is, when you're fighting the insect creatures, there's an option here that says, if you choose not to evade them, you then get to evade them, which is really kind of poor writing, in much the same way that the other section saying, like, you didn't succeed at using Mind Blast could have been clearer about that it then lets you escape, but whatever. This one is even worse. An option that says, you choose not to evade, that then results in you evading. And this is good because it helps you conserve health on the way to the demon doggo. Why do you do this game? It's my fault for not doing the recording when I beat him the other time. Okay, spyglass, pipe, blanket, meal, healing potion, deposit special items, stuff we don't need, pick up the 2 amulet things, because these help us dodge incoming missiles, and deposit all our spare money. Done. I understand. Items that we're taking are potion, rope, meal. Beautiful. I do have the amulet. I do have the scabbard that stops the essentially Eye of Sauron detecting our sword, which is, in this analogy, the One Ring. We did know the guy. We get taken to the island. They don't believe me when I say the baddies are here. We follow him down the stairs. We beat up the ghost thing. We don't care if we take damage because there's a full heal coming up. We can just fight using the auto-resolve. Let the monster on the ship. Defeat the monster, same deal. We can just use the auto-resolve because there's a full heal coming up. Very good. Take the crystal out of his guts. George of the Jungle our way off of the burning ship. We rolled poorly, so we take extra damage and have to fight the skeletons. Doesn't really matter, as I said, there's an upcoming full heal. We tell them that we should use the enemy's boat. We find nothing bad. We pilot through the icebergs. We get onto the submarine. We avoid the enemies. We use our extra good at hiding. We continue to avoid the enemies. We continue to hide from the enemies. We eat a meal. They're casting Raise Dead on our friends. Oh well. Left. Yes. We're back to full health. Our cowardice has resulted in full health. The answer to this was 10. Jetty. Staircase becomes secret tunnel. Secret tunnel becomes try not to get caught in the avalanche. See if we insta-die. We do not insta-die. Lovely. Enter from the south. Detect the baddies. Use mental screen. Only take tiny chip damage. Attack them back mentally and then run away using the cover of our mental barrage. Eat a meal. Use our ability to spirit walk to find a way around the barrier. Examine the lock. The answer was 100. Yes. Don't fail at levitating the evil magic thing. Doesn't matter, we have to fight these either way. Don't use the summer sword. Yes to Kai Surge. Cool. Fairly minimal damage from the non-avoidable fight. And we won quickly, so we aren't punished. Squeeze through the gap at the top. Take a medium amount of damage for not solving the puzzle using magic. Here comes demon... No, these ones. Now we want to go bow, and then run away. By using the summer sword. And we don't have to fight them. Now we do have to fight Demon Doggo. Good enough. He didn't do that much damage to us. 15-ish. We get thrown through the teleporter. We have to fight the zombie horde. Now that's starting to get a bit worryingly low on health. I shouldn't need to use Kai Surge here. We fall down the pit. We try and magic our way out the pit. We succeed. We have to fight the zombie horde again. Insta-kill zombie horde. Lovely. Then the little birdies come. Advanced hiding. Fight the birdies. I think one more Psy Surge. Then it's time to fight Doggo. We can just RNG die here. We do not RNG die, thankfully. Fight Power Doggo. Doggo with extra good helmet. 2 attacks where he did nothing to us. Fantastic. Then he does 3. Then he does 11. No, I gotta go one more. 4. That is a really worrying amount of health that we are down to. We do have the Summer Sword. We can use it to blow up the helmet. I need to eat some potions, else this might actually kill us. Eat. 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 All of our potions. Alright. Next attempt of final bosso. We will use bonus damage, even though it hurts us. I Can't afford to use Ultra Super extra bonus damage, else I think I insta-die to the extra damage I take from it. Now I can use our healing ability. We get once per game. Turn back on extra damage. Turn back on extra damage. We defeat bad guy. Okay. And this time, I don't go and do my chores for the day, and instead it doesn't forget that I won the combat. Thank you. Your final blow draws a hellish shriek from the skull of the Death Lord Saga, so loud that it batters the walls and shakes the plinth on which you stand. The Death Staff disintegrates in his skeletal hand, and he topples backwards, towards the fiery moat. Yet, as he does so, his body crumbles into a plume of grey-green dust, which is sucked away into the whirling maw of the Shadow Gate, together with the shattered remains of the Death Staff. Your victory over the Death Lord has freed Ixia from an evil, which has enslaved it for millennia. Now, at last, their tormented souls can find lasting peace. You've destroyed a great and evil entity, yet by doing so, you've unwittingly removed the power which has kept the ravages of time at bay for thousands of years. Now, time returns to Zagon. Eager to leave this place, you leap across the fiery moat and run towards the archway. But as you are passing through it, there is a terrific explosion, which shakes the very foundations of the crystal spire. Fear grips your heart when suddenly you realize that all of Zagon is collapsing. You flee the chamber, escaping past many Ixian and Dracarim guards, who stand rigidly immobile, fixed in the poses and attitudes they were in the very moment you vanquished the Death Lord. It was his power that gave them unlife, and that power is no more. Fearing for your survival, you sprint across heaving, buckling slabs of broken stone that were once smooth, tiled floors, and rush down staircases that crack and twist beneath your feet. You're racing down one such stairwell when suddenly an entire section collapses, leaving a gaping hole more than 50 feet deep. Above you, a row of pillars topple like storm-shaken trees, blocking the stairs completely, making it impossible for you to retrace your steps. We have Spirit Walk. Using our mastery of Spirit Walk, you reduce your body weight to a minimum before stepping onto the gaping hole. You fall through the dust-choked air and land on the floor of the hall 50 feet below. On landing, you weigh little more than a domestic cat, yet the speed and shock of impact is still enough to strain your ankle and force the breath from your lungs. Take 2 HP damage. You hurry across the chamber, zigzagging to dodge pillars, chunks of stone, and many bodies of Ixitaga's former undead slave warriors, which are raining down from the upper levels of the Crystal Spire. Aided by your masteries, eventually you reach the lowest level of the spire, where the entrance hall and grand arch open to the city. You are racing through a torrent of crystal dust towards the grand arch, the main exit, when a massive shockwave runs through the entire building. You are within seconds of escaping when, to your horror, you see the walls buckle and the arch itself begin to collapse. Pick a random number from the random number table. If your health is less than 10, take a number away. If you have more than 20, which we don't, add 1. So presumably this is just a insta-die again, maybe option. Insta-die. Ay, game. You are really trying to aggravate me. You hurry across the chamber, zigzagging, blah, blah, blah. You notice that when you get to the ground floor, you notice that everything is blowing up. This has killed us twice now. All we need is to roll 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, right? We have a 2/3 chance of succeeding on this, and we've failed twice in a row. Well, we've failed 2 times in a row at this. Thank you. You emerge from the crystal spire, with barely seconds to spare. As you descend the main ramp, which leads away into the streets of Zagon, the great archway disintegrates completely, bringing with it a vast section of the foundation wall. This collapse begins a chain reaction of destruction that culminates in the spectacular fall of the upper spire, which crashes down upon the city like some massive crystal tree felled at the roots. You run, without stopping, through the quaking streets to the shattered west gate, and then onwards through the deepening snow towards the narrow mountain pass. You are more than a mile from the walls of Zagon, when eventually you stop to rest and survey the destruction you have left behind. From a vantage point, on a rocky, snow-swept ridge, you watch the stupendous spectacle that is the fall of Zagon. One by one, its walls, buildings, and crystal towers implode and collapse, until less than a handful remain. When the destruction is over, the black skies and the fierce electrical storms abate. For the first time in 10,000 years, sunlight pierces the perpetual cloud cover of Ixia and brings warmth to this frozen land. Greatly heartened by the success of your mission, you set off westwards to retrace your original route through the mountains to the ice caverns on the southern coast. When you arrive there, you are greeted by the unmoving tableau of skeletal warriors, each one frozen in the action it was performing at the time of the Death Lord's destruction. You are eager to return to Fort Asgad as soon as possible, and to do this, you descend to the underground lake where the Ixian iceboats are moored. You reach the subterranean lake and go aboard an iceboat moored alongside the stone jetty. With the demise of the Death Lord and his necromantic power, you are fearful that these vessels may no longer be serviceable. You know I haven't been going all night, Decoy. I had some stuff to take care of in the afternoon, some real-life stuff. Then I had dinner. Now we're continuing. It's taken me, 9 off-screen, and now another, 4 on-screen attempts to get to the end here. But we got past, I think, the final... We definitely beat the final boss, but there might be another RNG you can just insta-die event. There was one after the final boss, and I, celebrated that we beat the final boss and then died to that insta-kill RNG event twice. Anyway, but fortunately your fears turn out to be groundless. You quickly discover that the iceboats are propelled by Ixian witchcraft. Incredible design. It's certainly one of the designs that you could do. An arcane art far older and more benign than the Death Lord's vile necromancy. Having satisfied yourself that the chosen vessel is seaworthy, you cast off its hawser and steer it away from the jetty towards the wide cave mouth which opens into the stormy Tozaz Sea. The elation of victory is still buoying your spirits, yet there is a nagging unease in the back of your mind that not everything is as it should be. Guided by your Kai instincts and the night's stars, you set a southerly course for Asgad Island. The Tozaz Sea is unusually calm for most of the voyage, and the hazards are few, until at dawn of the second day at sea. Through the grey winter's gloom, you see the unwelcome sight of a Tozaz iceberg field, stretching across the horizon. At first, it looks impenetrable, but as you sail closer, you identify 2 breaks in the ice field that could be the beginnings of passages through to the other side. Oh my god. This could be another just you have picked the wrong side and you insta-die. The coast is to the east. I'm going to try to follow the east then. It's another random number table. If we roll 0 to 1, probably insta-die. 2 to 10, hopefully not insta-die. We do have pathmanship, so we add 1. So as long as I don't roll literal 0... Thank you. Despite the difficulties, you handle the vessel like a master seaman. Within 3 hours of entering the Narrows, you emerge on the far side of the ice fields without a scratch, and are able to continue your voyage to Fort Asgard without any further delays. End game! 2 days out from the Tozaz ice field, you catch sight of Fort Asgard. After the ordeal of Ixia, the sight of this Spartan little outpost is one of the most welcoming things you've ever seen. The garrison salutes you as you bring your ship to the quayside, where Lord Arden, Captain Lanza, and Prague are all waiting to welcome you back. Warmly they congratulate you, praising your inspired act of courage and bravery, but you sense that not all is well. The feeling of unease which haunted you upon leaving the ice caves of Ixia has returned. Where is Bane, you ask? Is something wrong? Arden's face grows somber at his reply. Lord Olnar sent word to Sarnak's court, summoning Guildmaster Bane to return urgently to Summerland. It is grave news, I'm afraid. In your absence, your country has been attacked. The Dark God Nar has sent forth a host of dragon creatures to destroy the Second Order of the Kai and lay waste to your homeland. It is said his new minions are confident of swift victory, for they are sure you will never defeat the Death Lord of Ixia. I must leave for Summerland at once. My brethren and my country need me. So we poochie. The others nod in agreement. We will do all we can. Godspeed home. The news of your country's plight comes as a terrible shock. In Ixia, you have won a great and lasting victory against the forces of evil, but could the cost be too great? You fear also for the lives of the young Kai acolytes. The Second Order are worthy, but they are still young, their mettle yet to be tested in the furnace heat of battle. You pray to Kai himself that they are strong enough to resist Nar's newest champions, at least until you return. The challenge of the long journey home and the quest to save the Second Order from the deadly wrath of Nar's newest champions await you in the next Grandmaster adventure entitled The Dawn of Dragons. Oh. This one had really, really, really tough combat. There were 2 big, really tough fights that if we didn't dodge, basically make it all but impossible to win. Like, I think you would either have to dodge at least one of those, or else get, like, all critical successes in fighting. Like, you'd have to have really, really good RNG. We had to use the super healing, so if we didn't have that, we would have also have been boned. And then after the final boss, there are what looks like multiple insta-die events, which is just so cruel. So cruel. I really don't like the insta-die events. I don't mind if an event is like lose 15 health, even though that's a lot. At least it doesn't feel like you necessarily insta-died. Like, if you had have won the previous combat or whatever with enough health left, then the event doesn't kill you, though it probably kills you most of the time at the end of that fight. And I'd prefer if they were done that way. Maybe even like half your health. But just not insta-die. Anyway. Next week, Dawn of Dragons. I hope you enjoyed my troubled adventures here with the Death Lords of Ixia.